sleep with the sirens out. There's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off with the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? For you. Baby, won't you let the light shine through? Hollywood person. Hollywood perfect. Ain't got no place to call my own. Feels like I'm better off alone. So sad inside and hopeless. These Hollywood hoes never notice. Can't get that gold. Girl, I miss you. Can't get that gold. Girl, I miss you. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone. I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls ain't polite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are, mysterious. That's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow, mysterious. That's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are, mysterious. That's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow, mysterious.
Hello, everybody, and welcome in to the ESC Nationals 2026 Qualifier Series number 5 for Marvel Rivals, presented by Valhalla Esports League and XP League as well. Today, teams battle to secure a large power ranking bump, influencing who makes it to the ESC Championship at Full Sail University in Orlando in this June. We've got Huey with me here today. Excited for some Marvel Rivals 12-team single elimination bracket to see who can make it all the way. Huey, how you doing?
I'm doing really good, man. Thanks for having me. And like you mentioned, it is a huge bump in power rankings for these players. And so it's very pivotal to try to get as many wins as possible and to try to get on to a streak. And I am excited to be here. And again, just thanks for having me again.
Happy to be here as well. I mean, these are obviously schools and organizations who have been training their players consistently throughout. So we're going to get some good gameplay. A lot of, chemistry between these teams as they kind of build together. And we'll see the depth of skill of high school players for Marvel Rivals here today, which is something that I'm super stoked about. But again, 12-team single elimination bracket. We'll bring you into the first round here momentarily. It'll be the Franklin High School Panthers facing off with XP League Asheville to start things off. Two teams that are fighting for a spot in the quarterfinals to face off against Villa Park High School. So obviously a quarterfinals bid would be huge, but Villa Park High School has certainly earned their way into that quarterfinals side of things, as they have players that are certainly high depth in the rosters that we bring you in now. We'll see Midtown, it looks like, for our first convoy of the best of 3. Of course, it'll go convoy, domination, and convergence, Huey. So Midtown is where we start.
Yeah, Midtown being really explosive or getting very tight towards the second and third part. I really want to see how much the meta has transformed in the few patches that I've missed here. As we start getting over into pick and bans here, it looks like Groot's going to be the first one taken off there for Asheville Tanks. Matching for Panthers, let's see where they're going to go. And it looks like they're going to be taking Loki off there. So it's Hulk taken, Loki taken, and they're actually, Tanks are actually going to keep Groot, which, I mean, makes sense with their name.
Yeah, exactly. Your name Tanks, you better go be tank heavy, and Groot's a fun one as well. I mean, especially on Convoy, where you have more of a straight ahead path where you have to get to. You can really have and create that separation between your healers or your strategists in the rest of the front line. So Groot really does a great job to kind of catch anybody who might be intruding on you forward, but also be able to kind of lay it back. So I do like that keep, especially if you have a good Groot there too. But as you can see, the rest locking in here too. On the other side, they'll keep the Moon Knights, and then respectively as well for this Franklin Panthers team, they'll take Cloak and Dagger off there as well, so trying to eliminate some of the strategists early, it looks like.
I think that's a good call there. Kind of force the pull, and then it makes it a lot easier once you know. If you force them into Invisible Woman or into the snow, you know exactly what you have to deal with, and you don't have to really worry about any more flexibility in the strategist pick. As now it seems that Magic is also going to be banned there as well. So the Tanks trying to take away a lot of these bruisers and trying to take away a couple tanks as well too.
Yeah, Elsa Bloodstone kept on one side, but you see the Jeff now going to be saved. If you're taking off strategists, you want to be able to lock in one for yourself, right? In that way, so that's certainly the play there too. So Elsa Bloodstone on the Asheville side, if you're just listening in. So Franklin Panthers, though, with that Jeff. So now it's up to the Franklin Panthers to see who they ban last. We'll take a peek. Strategists have been the play, but they will take the Daredevil off the board too. So Daredevil can be deadly, especially if you know your opponents and know that they have a really strong Daredevil. It can be difficult to pick up, but at the same time, it can be deadly against that composition too. So that's what we're seeing that too. And the last ban will be Gambit from the side of Asheville Tanks. So now we get to see who they lock in, Huey, and let's check it out now.
As we do see, Pickle's going to be locking in. We got this. We got Snow. We got Namor. We have Invisible Woman. We have the Groot that was saved there as well. And then for our front line as well too, we have our Diamond Girl. And then for Slay Queen, we have our backline Assassin Ninja. So honestly, not a bad pick there for the Psylocke. But I feel they're kind of short range on the side of Asheville Tanks.
Yeah, that does seem to be the case, right? With the Namor, I think they're going to try to play anti-die, but I guess they must have a feeling of what Franklin wants to do on the attack side, which isn't quite a bad idea. You know, a lot of teams do get a little bit aggressive right out the gate, especially when you're attacking first and into a series. So I don't hate that strategy here, but whether or not it's going to work against a rather poke-friendly type of situation here. So you even see the White Fox for the first time as well. Literally just released 2 weeks and 1 day ago. So being able to be played here at the Valhalla, ESC as part of the rule set here. So they'll be, we'll get to see our first sneak peek of the White Fox as we get things going here early, and see if you can't gain a little bit of traction here off of this attack as well. They're trying to obviously, you know, stay behind this building for a little bit of cover. They also have a little bit of high ground as well, trying to fend off Asheville tanks, but Asheville is doing a good job to kind of stay put. Look how much damage they're laying down, trying to get them to regroup.
Yeah, as you noticed, it seemed very nice for the Panthers push out, but now there you're going to see right there, that's going to be a double kill there for Pickles, taking out both the Punisher and Thor there. And right now, it's taking a bit for Panthers to really start to find that momentum, kind of stuck at the opening choke point.
And then you look at them kind of just shifting around, seeing what they want to play. They switch to a Thor. They've got the Punisher as well. They're trying to poke their way out of this anti-dive, which isn't a bad idea. You just don't want to go into building, because obviously when you have the Namor, you just have so much of that, you know, of the squids you have to deal with, everything else that is part of that package and part of that anti-dive. And so we're starting to see a little bit of traction here, too, as they're starting to march their way down Broad Street here at Midtown. Just looking to kind of establish with it.
Nice. Now finally get some of that momentum like you mentioned there. Now starting to slowly push 3-1 right now on the convoy. So they will start to get a little bit of traction here, taking and soaking up a lot of damage here. BG1 really doing a lot of work here as the main tank right now.
Yeah, you should have so much survivability with this Groot, and being able to stay up here too is a good call, but you've got a lot of pressure from the Thor. This is when you can catch them too. The It's Jeff, we'll see what they captured in their grasp, I believe. No, that was the Namor, rather. Apologies, as they do lay out a little bit of damage and are able to, wow, they've made a lot of progress, number one, plus everybody from Asheville gonna have to force back. Excellent execution there from the Franklin Panthers.
Yeah, it's about 5-0 unanswered in terms of kills right now. Going to be able to get to this first choke point. It did take a little bit to get the momentum and the convoy going, but it seems right now that the Franklin Panthers definitely have a good feel on how to keep things moving.
So the White Fox gonna pop their ultimate. They also have 4 others online here for the Franklin Panthers, so they've got that ult economy advantage as well. But you've got the Psylocke coming online here pretty momentarily as well, as the Thor chases him down. Lil Gorda,
Nice.
Great job to track that down as well. And who says you can't lay out damage with the Doctor Strange? That's an excellent job to, again, not only just establish that momentum for the Franklin Panthers, but then keep the foot on the gas pedal, as they have lots of time to try to make it from first point to second point.
I would say around the beginning of the first choke point to point B in the second part is probably the most difficult in Midtown, and they kind of just went through it flawlessly. If they can get around this corner, they should be able to finish Midtown with a pretty decent time.
Like that crosshair, I've never seen anything like that, but I guess if you're playing
huge.
Thor, I mean,
It works though. It's working.
It clearly is, right? And they're able to push it back because of it. The Groot, just constant pressure, and able to kind of put them back towards their own team too, so that way they can lay out them more damage. Like we mentioned, keeping with this poke, didn't even adjust because there's just so many opportunities for open play, as Kiki got the double there from the Punisher right on cue there.
Again, really nice work. Kiki was keeping themselves afloat and really had nice positioning. Unfortunately, did get popped there, but really has been a huge, big source of this Franklin Panthers aggressive push.
For Asheville, needs something to come back. The Psionic Seduction is not going to land much, as they are a little bit farther away than maybe they anticipated, walking out into the danger zone as well. You get the extra bump, though, not to mention a good shield to at least keep them alive, but not much value off of that. You have to make sure everybody's prepared behind you for that same thing and be able to pull them in, not able to do so. And so now you're left with, again, the Franklin Panthers with an advantage on this next fight, with plenty of ultimates in the tank should they use them. First one's going to be the Punisher. Final Judgment comes out. Plus, you've got Red Panda up there, but Slay Queen with the Dance of the Butterflies started it off, but with the bring it back, it was the Raccoon that was able to bring back one, and somehow Franklin Panthers, despite that great ultimate from the Psylocke, was able to still gain some progress here.
I gotta say, the flanking from Franklin Panthers has been phenomenal, and it's just been working so well for them. The front to back hasn't been the best approach, and it seems like that's what they start to use to engage, but then they find a really mean flank, and in both choke points that has just succeeded from there, as we do see Kiki getting ready for the ultimate right now, or excuse me, for the turret right now, getting themselves ready. It is a great position right now with Strange and Thor in front, just be able to lay down consistent fire damage and firepower as well too, to allow the convoy to cut around the corner. It's been doing fantastic work here from the Panthers.
Now the swing around yet again. Franklin giving a good look on showcasing multiple angles, not getting grouped up. We saw a little bit of that mistake, especially with the Luna Snow that's able to lay out damage on top of being able to heal in those moments. And now you're looking to have an opportunity as they strike into the zone, but it's getting a little bit more difficult to try to get out of this. But the fate of both worlds comes out here from the tanks, so that'll keep them survivability, but they're stunned all across the board. It was Vortex that's able to swing through, and of course the Moon Knight ultimate just goes ahead and wreaks havoc on this team. Finally, a big stand from Asheville Tanks when they needed it most.
Yes, we mentioned earlier that the second point checkpoint is one of the most difficult, but the third can also be quite challenging as well too, to get around. And right now, the Tanks have a great position to be, as we get to see the ult here from the new character. Very interesting concept there. I think they were just a little off there, as we do see a way better ult here from Pickles.
Yeah, Pickles really laid it down, and you could tell that they had intention behind it, plus the support that you needed for it, too. They're going to need some massive heals, though, as Asheville Tanks was on it. They were able to stun Dr. Strange momentarily. You saw them really struggling to get back to it. Now Groot in open space. You don't see BG left out to dry very frequently, but the Groot got a little bit too aggressive, and now Franklin Panthers walked them all the way back to their spawn. Now one last-ditch effort to try to stall it, as Vortex was able to get out before they dove, but still in that tough spot. Now they've got high ground. It feels like a matter of time here before they close out. Minute 12 left here, and jumping on his Pickles, trying to stall as long as they possibly can. Got Slakewood behind them. Great kill, though. It was the dance of the butterflies again, twice. It's been super effective in these moments to stall even further, cause more damage, and put them in their place with under a minute left.
Only 60 seconds left. They might be able to hold it down before the full checkpoint there. Granted, they've gotten the convoy a pretty long distance, but it's not a full round, so you won't get your full 2 points unless you get the completion here. With only 36 seconds left, 3 ults available for the Tanks, 2, Panthers 5. Panthers should be able to find their way in here.
And I'm surprised that they didn't have their portal, didn't use their portal here in this moment.
Right.
Maybe they're thinking for this last fight, if they fall down, maybe then you use it. But I thought maybe that would get you back on a lot quicker, but that was just not the case. So we'll see if they can battle through it. But look how far they pushed the cart back already. So you're going to have to win not one battle, but maybe a couple. And now all the ultimates come out, final judgments out. You've got also the invisible boundary as well. And yes, Franklin Panthers do wipe them out with the final judgment. So that's first fight won. Now you march it forward. Is it enough to get it all the way? I believe so. Yes, they will be able to do it, and all the time off the clock, though. So both teams really getting value here, as Asheville stalled it to make sure there was no time left, but at the end of the day, Franklin Panthers still able to march it all 3 points.
Hey, I mean, honestly, you're looking for the future. As long as you can match here for the 3, and then just get a slight push, as long as you have a little bit of time, once you close out your round, you should be fine and good to go here.
All right, we'll see what kind of if there's any, switch up here for this. Obviously, when you switch from attack to defense, vice versa, maybe you have a little adjustments here, but both teams really played it well. So that's why we're seeing a very similar comp both ways. Slay Queen switching from Psylocke to Hela potentially. So looking for more of that poke, which we saw was the strategy from the Franklin Panthers as well. So that's been a trend that we've been seeing. So I don't think I'm very surprised. Therefore, Franklin Panthers. Actually, Slay Queen right back to Psylocke. So they're hovering it. They're teasing us a little bit here, Huey.
You know what? I think I don't want to take away from Slay Queen. Their Psylocke had 2 fantastic ults. Really good positioning, and kind of helped keep the tanks stalling and keeping the Panthers at bay. I would have preferred Hela, I think. There's a lot of long hallways in this area. Slay Queen now switching to the thing? and it looks like they're going Pickles, and it looks like they're going Ultron now. Maybe they were kind of waiting for a bit there, and BG going for the new character as well too.
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, you look and see who, if you can have somebody that can play something else like the Duelist to take over. Maybe that's their thought process here as to why they wanted to switch onto it. So we'll take a peek and see if that's going to be successful here. The Franklin Panthers did a good job on the attack, but that means that you have to be just as furious and ready for the rest of your defense as well. And right now you see the Raccoons still picking up one here, and that's important here for the defense, especially because there's such a long way to get back and challenge. So even with that first pick, drawing first blood for Asheville Tanks, Franklin Panthers still able to stay relevant here in this fight.
I got to give it over to the Tanks, able to get out of the gate a little faster than the Panthers, but it seems now that the Panthers have now kind of gotten their grip here and gotten onto their back foot, and now starting to kind of slow down the momentum here from the Tanks. I want to see how quickly, and keep an eye on the time, because that's really is what's going to matter, as we do get a pause here from the Panther side.
Yeah, wondering what that might be. Could be disconnection errors. That could cause a pause, especially at the very beginning of a certain run. So that might be the case. So we'll keep you updated as far as what that is here too. That's from the Punisher that initiated the pause. So Franklin Panthers were, you know, staying in that fight. They did a great job on the attack side, looking to kind of establish that same thing, and they did not change a thing as well. I mean, they even come back with the Thor, who's been relatively irrelevant, but has had a little bit of a reinsurgence later, especially at the ranks that we're watching right now. So they've been doing a good job to at least pester backlines and make it a difficult run for their Invisible Woman, who's otherwise done a fantastic job to at least, especially in that late end hold that we saw from the defensive Asheville Tanks. And that was the last final breakthrough there, was that harassment of the Thor on that Invisible Woman. So that's going to be something to watch on this run as well as we continue things here.
Let's see. Hopefully everything is all right for everyone as we get right back into it. And it seems that Kiki seems normally fine. I guess it wasn't a connection or any issue there from Kiki's side. As now, Tanks are kind of falling a bit, but are able to keep the momentum onto the convoy, forcing the Panthers kind of away at bay. So they are able to get one and get a few trades here, but not stopping the momentum here, I feel kind of can be detrimental for them, especially not having a lot of time on their side, actually having no time on their side.
And BG1, the switch over to Elsa Bloodstone is something that you had mentioned a little bit earlier, and I think, you know, one of the reasons behind that is Elsa Bloodstone is so much a forward-facing, like, it's just dive on every single ability that you have. It's like march forward. Well, that's what you want, obviously, from the attack, especially if you can do that. We'll get the double stun there, too, to go down from Franklin Panthers, and now you have an opening, but look at the answer back yet again as Asheville Tanks has been really opening up that play, too, to be able to respond, in addition, be able to keep and continue forward. So they got that first pick off of White Fox, and then all the rest kind of followed suit because you have one strategist down. So great job to organize there, and now are able to continue.
Yeah, the timing has been going fantastic here for the side of the Tanks, who seemed that they were struggling a little bit, trying to find their grip and find their hold on defense, but seemed to be having no issues here against the Panthers on attack, and having plenty of time here. It's going to be up to the Panthers to try to find this choke point or around that Fist Towers area to try to stop something, and I think they might have found the answer here.
They opened it up with one picked off, so down they'll go, but now with multiple ultimate situation here, the Rage of Ultron plus that, but look at them answer back too, caused so much damage, I believe, from the combination of the White Fox and the Punisher, but the White Fox will fall here, as well as Electro Wave caught one from BG1, pulling out that shotty and be able to land that too, but Kiki will follow up with the Vortex too, so both teams really inching in and being able to get there. A very important fight from Franklin Panthers as they want to be able to manage and get this win before the choke point, and they've got them pretty low, but I'm not sure that they can finish it up to charge in from the thing. Looking at Slay Queen, trying to just throw out haymakers to push them back, and can to cause that damage. And right now, it looks like XPL Asheville has been able to find a little bit of an opening, and Vortex will open the gap even further, and a retreat necessary here for the Franklin Panthers. Excellent job here from Asheville.
I gotta give it over to Pickles as well, too, with Slay Queen. Using the fastball special there to kind of get away through their front line, to kind of find their position through the back. As you can see it yet again, really good position there. Gonna focus on the Kiki and be able to take them down near immediately, who's also just been having a great game as well, too. So being able to take a lot of that power, that firepower out of the Franklin Panthers has just allowed them to continue this momentum and this push all the way through.
You look how far they're up just to make sure that Franklin can't get there. Just put one on and have them walk. Now you walk back it and get on to point, get on the payload here. 3 we're on at the moment. And now for the back ends, you see Nika holding it down there. Kiki still looking to jump in and be able to track them down here with the hit scan. Still able to find some, opening up the gap, in they go. Now a moment for regrouping here for Asheville. They have to bounce back, but hello, that Psionic Seduction will be able to pull them into 2, as that is a great combination to have. It all started with that Psionic Seduction into Kiki, who is ready with the final judgment.
I gotta say, man, that hit box is insane, but I guess it's doing wonders here. Kiki finding a nice little corner shot there. Onto Pickles here, and now the momentum finally coming to a pause here onto the side of Panthers, who've been having a great attack performance so far, but still have plenty of time here. They just need to close out this last little section, as long as they can do it within a minute. So with that being said, they have about 1 minute and 40 seconds to get through this position.
Yeah, that way you get a little bit of an advantage here to get above that minute. We'll see if they can get there. Right now, it's looking pretty good for Asheville. But they still have, again, the double corner here, which the S-curve is pretty difficult to get to. Yes, open it up there. Thor again with a couple. Pulled out the hammers, able to get 1-2, and Vortex was able to finish the rest as they weren't able to, as BG1 also getting in on the action as well. And Asheville now are looking just as strong, if not stronger, here on the attack. And they might be able to get there in time if they continue, but the pokes continue to come out here for Franklin Panthers, looking to try to do it from a distance. They switch over to Phoenix, did Kiki, as they're looking to at least hold them off and be able to get that in, 4.74 meters, and they're trying to hold on for dear life. You've got the Meteor out, you've got BRB out, you've got everything coming out, but a double stun here as well from the Franklin Panthers. They got the 2 opens up, but then 2 answered directly back from Asheville, and now they are able to at least have 1, 2 more left. Just need to finish off this fight. Should be easy enough, and they will be able to do so. But did they kill enough time here at this point? The pop-off is necessary. It will happen for Asheville as they go the length of the map here with 1 minute 30 just about over left on the clock there. So now you've got that advantage. Asheville able to get it done.
Yeah, I think so, honestly. They should be able to wrap things up here. Franklin Panthers only going to have about 90 seconds left to keep things going. So with that being said, it's going to be a somewhat of a challenge, but if you wanted to be on either side, you would definitely want to be on Asheville, who did a better performance on attack, and you have a lot more time. You have nearly double the time here when it's your turn to go, round 2.
Yeah, exactly. Franklin Panthers, though, this map in particular, like as long as you get past like the first corner here, like that first little bit, you can get pretty close to the first point regardless. So it really is dependent on how well the defenses do early. You know, minute 30 is a big gap, yes, to try to get past, but you know, you should still have confidence as Franklin Panthers here, especially with the way that the attack looked early.
They did a great performance here, but it's just, you know, you're going to be a little on the back foot there, and that's always going to be in the back of your head there, knowing that you only have about 1 minute there. And if Asheville Tanks put on a strong defense here in the opener, which we noticed in round 1, it did take a little bit of the Panthers to start to get that momentum their way. But once it did start going their way, they were nigh unstoppable.
Let's check it out and see how they approach. They're right back on the Moon Knight, by the way. The Kiki is. I like that call. See if that between that and the Jeff. Take a peek. You have the high ground knocked off, though. Great job to have that and establish it. And right up Moon Knight goes to be able to lay out that ink, just in case he wanted to try to get back to it. great heals up to make sure that you support, plus the invisible, or sorry, the just the shield there from the invisible woman was able to get them a little bit forward, but it's Astral that answers back as they just go 1, 2, 3 punch. It was all over, it seemed like, when the invisible woman fell.
It looked so good for them, but again, like I mentioned just a few moments ago before we got into the skirmish, it did take Panthers a little bit to get that momentum for their side there. And honestly, I just don't think they're going to have enough time. Oh my gosh, the hammer.
That's the way you finish it. Yep.
Right. Like I mentioned, I didn't think they're going to have enough time to really start getting it their way. With 2 minutes and 35 seconds, it is plenty of time to get 32 meters, as long as Panthers do not mount the most incredible defense that we just might see in a few moments.
Yeah, Franklin Panthers, they have to be full committed here and play aggressively and switch it up. The last thing that you can be is predictable, because the moment that happens, Astral's able to march that easily as they can chase you off of it. So you have to, we'll see if that affects the comp here of Franklin Panthers, because they did show, you know, their defense didn't have the holds that maybe we're anticipating after seeing such a strong attack. So that being said, I'd like to see a lot of switch-ups. We'll see if that happens. You don't want to get too far away from what you're comfortable with or what you can do. Exerted is going to switch over to the Venom. We'll see if that might be the difference maker. That gives you the survivability to stay on and make sure that you're decently good and taken care of there too. Penny Parker, potentially, for Lil Gorda. But is that enough sustainability, in your opinion, to be able to hold for an extended period of time, especially if you've got an Ultron Phoenix on the other side here?
If this was first round, I think I would have liked to see Penny. Now that it's near do or die right now, this is just about the final round here. So I don't know if I really like Penny here, and I don't know if the Spidey bonus is enough here with Venom as well too.
And maybe that's the surprise factor that I was talking about. So, like, it may not be, you know, traditionally a solid pick, but maybe they have something else in mind, right? And right now, Exerted is right behind him, right at the spawn point here, trying to just hold it from coming through to begin with. But you have to be careful with this approach, because, yeah, you get a little bit of that shield, but you're going to have to make sure that they don't get behind you in that moment as well. But they do have the support, though, as Pickle has got one, and the rest is just open fire at this point.
There it is.
Boom. Got it done. It's Astral. That will take map 1 here. 4-3 after just chasing Franklin Panthers off there. And really, that was solid, because others might have hung their heads after Franklin Panthers were able to rally there and get all 3 points over the first run. But Astral was able to keep strong, do it themselves, and then with plenty of time left on the clock to be able to finish it out there for a map 1 victory.
Oh, yeah. And you got to give it over to the MVP. Oh, I'm Awakening. Really cooking with the Thor there. And just finding a lot of opportunities. Although Franklin Panthers had very good angles and very strong flanks, it just took them a little longer to get online. Astral Tanks able to hold it down on defense and then really strut their stuff through attack on both rounds there. So able to get the first point for this first round here.
No doubt about it. All right, we'll be at Domination here for the next map, so we can start to prepare and kind of walk through potentials as far as where we might go next, just with the small sample size that we get from these teams after Convoy here. Domination, it could be Hydra Base, Wakanda, Krakoa, or Quintar, Celestial Husk here for Domination. So we can speculate all day long, but I don't think it's really going to matter much. You know what I'm saying, as far as like where they end up here. But things to point out, we saw a lot of experimentation from the Franklin Panthers. As we saw the White Fox a little bit earlier on. Really both teams, because it was Astral that came out with the Elsa Bloodstone after a little bit of time as well. So really looking to get into those new characters, which I was kind of surprised about, in all honesty. You know, I think just 2 weeks after, to see a hero being played, you have to be pretty confident in maybe basically playing them and trying to insta-lock them in on ranked or whenever you're in practice sessions to be able to get that up to speed here in just a couple weeks later.
Honestly, to be fair, though, it didn't seem that her kit was too out of the ordinary or too difficult. It seemed very forward. And to be honest, if you already have a lot of time into Rivals and into your hero shooters, it's nothing. Like, I don't want to take away from rivals or anything like that. It's nothing that you haven't dealt with before. It's nothing that you haven't seen before. And honestly, both were piloted very well on both ends.
Yeah, fair enough. I like that kind of breakdown for sure. And they're all situational. They're built for that reason,
Right.
you know?
Right.
So it's kind of like just the vibe at that point. There's small differences that you can kind of take care of. Regardless, you know, it almost makes it more difficult for the person playing it, though, because it's like, sure, it's very
You
similar.
only had 2 weeks, right? You only had 2 weeks compared to everyone else who has, you know, you have almost about a year on Wolverine to Magneto, you know? So, but that also means, on the other hand, you have that much ceiling to get better. Because if you're already at this level within 2 weeks, I can't wait to see what you would do within a month or 3 months having the time with said character.
Absolutely. It's all about preparation as well. It's like, where do you get your information about these characters? You know, lucky enough, it's the, you know, it's 2026, so you can just like, legit, if you have somebody that you truly trust in a particular role that's on YouTube, then you can literally like learn it there. You know what I'm saying? Like, and learn it pretty quickly, especially with like, how does my kit's rotation of, you know, of your abilities, like the usage of the abilities, what should that flow look like as you get things going? So you can really get up to speed really quick, to your point. So that's as well to kind of add to what you're saying here. So yeah, that's where we stand right now, though. Asheville able to take the 1-0 lead, but of course, like we mentioned, it will be a best of 3, so plenty of time or plenty of opportunity here for the next one, especially when domination is so different than convoy. I think that's the beauty of this ESC, you know, ESC rotation. It's not convoy into convergence; it's convoy into domination instead, which I guess we see is relatively standard, but still, that makes it really, really open up the opportunity, especially with how close it was. For the most part, you know, Asheville got onto that point pretty early, but both went 3 points. I think domination, it'll really just depend on who can thrive in these open situations on a point, because we haven't seen that yet.
I wanted to say you kind of took the words right out of my mouth there. It was granted Tanks was able to get the first point. Either way, it was very close through all the rounds there. So I don't think that this is anywhere within the realms of a possibility that we don't get to a full 3 rounds.
And it's coming in. You look at this is why I never look at like ranks per se, because they're like relatively even, but like a couple Grandmasters and a couple of Celestials. For the Franklin Panthers, you're like, hey, they'll definitely run the table against a couple of Celestials, and then Diamonds to Gold, Silver, one more Celestial and a Grandmaster. So actually relatively even regardless. I missed the Slay Queen down there, and why, I don't know how I did, because Slay Queen looked really strong, especially in that last one. But let's go to the next map here. Map 2 will be Hell's Heaven for this domination side. So we'll see how that changes up as we got the first couple of bans in already. It was Asheville... it was Franklin Panthers first to ban. They banned the Thing. And then you've got Hulk on the other side. So Bruce Banner going to be banned out for Franklin Panthers. And then, it was Asheville Tanks that banned them. And then they're going to keep Thor on their side. They just had way too much value on that Thor to be able to give it away.
I'm just surprised I didn't see the ban from Panthers. It being Thor and not, oh no, excuse me. And, I am a little concerned, or a little worried as to why the Tanks are so concerned with Hulk, it being their first round ban each time. I wonder if Panthers have picked up on that, like as I did, and maybe we might see if we get to round 3 or into the future, if we do kind of see some Hulk picks here. As we do get to the rest of them, Loki going to be taken off, Magic going to be followed up, and the 2 saved for the Tanks will be Thor, as Bear mentioned, with Cloak and Dagger, as we do see Gambit going to be saved for the Panthers. Only 1 more second left, and it seems like they're going to go Namor. With the Gambit and Namor, it seems like they're going for a little more of a long-range composition. And I don't know, on Hell's Haven, I feel like you kind of want to get more into the center, being the nitty-gritty of things. So I think you would want to go a little more sustained, kind of more of the composition that we saw from the Tanks last game on Midtown.
I'm not judging.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's a fair assessment. I think, Definitely that central point is where you want to be able to gather, and really the devil's in the details as far as being able to, Hell's having reference there, by the way, be able to like control the outskirts first and then be able to kind of play in, which is why maybe the Hulk is considered there too. I love playing Hulk on this map in particular, just because of the mobility, number one. Obviously, being able to slay backline, you know, be able to throw out the shield as when they are, to be able to pressure outwards, then be able to come back in whenever somebody dives, and then be able to throw out shields, and then be able to swing. So, like, you get, like, multiple angles there. That's just my theory there, as far as why that might have been banned. But now we'll get to see official lock-ins here, too. And Slay Queen's looking to be a problem, just like that silo lock goes to a Spider-Man, so not surprised there for Slay Queen. As they, you know, it's similar vibes, right?
Yeah. Heck yeah. Honestly, I really want to give it to Slay Queen a great sidelock performance last round. Able to really give that the tanks their time to really get into the flow of things there. And you mentioned it a little earlier too. Ooh, just had a slight pause there. But yeah, this is perfect now. You mentioned a little earlier how the rank differential was slightly off there. And normally on paper, you would see some of those rank differences and you would just think one side to the other. But they're two different competitive and ranked solo queue, team queue are two different things. And it's kind of it's always nice to see it kind of always be true, because on paper you always would be like, all right, this is it. Obviously, the higher rank has to do it, but that's not always necessarily the case.
It's not. Yeah, you're right. And it's a couple different reasons. That chemistry, number one, is a buzzword, but is very factual, right? You have to be able to play together, especially Marvel Rivals, where you have team ups. Like, legitimately, like, there's no other game where it matters more. As far as what that composition and chemistry looks like and how you work together, especially when, you know, Overwatch fell to 5 players, you know, and now Marvel Rivals is the only one with 6 members, where it's even, it feels like it might be less, but it's really not, because then you got like just more to handle, more to deal with on the other side, and more that you can throw out yourself there too. One thing that I'm eyeballing here as well, Huey, is the compositions that we see in front of us. Franklin Panthers, more of that poke, like staying on that poke type of style. Every time you see that Strange and Magneto combination is always playing into a poke, and then you know, with the Invisible Woman, that always makes sense in the Gambit. But then like Star-Lord on top of it for Kiki will be interesting, and then the Moon Knight too. So that's almost like full poke. On the other side, however, massive dive. Besides Gambit, obviously, but that's Gambit to support when they jump in from the Spider-Man, the Thor, for example, and then so like all of that means that you've got Asheville leaning towards them as far as the comp, as far as his first fight goes. So Franklin Panthers, of course, they don't know that. So we'll see and see if they can make those adjustments accordingly. But it might be a rough first fight from Franklin Panthers if they're not absolutely pinpoint accurate on their shots to kick it off.
You also got to give it a little bit though to the Panthers as well too. With Star-Lord and Moon Knight, they're aerial shooters as well too, so they do have a lot of mobility. And with it being Hell's Haven, it's probably the perfect pick. Also, when Star-Lord grabs his ult as well too, able to just be all over the place. But I gotta say, I'm really enjoying the tanks dive comp here between Iron Fist with the Spider-Man as well too. And just in case things go bad, as long as Rocket places the respawn in a pretty decent spot, you can dive, get reckless, and bring someone back just in case. You can go 1 for 1 and then make it a clean one with Rocket.
Yeah, it's a solid point. And then when you're not bringing somebody back to life, if you're Raccoon, you're just spamming heals. That's still irrelevant, by the way.
That's perfect. It's perfect. And it's good for the dive, because you're going to be so worried. You're so focused on the Spider-Man. You're so focused on the Iron Fist, the Thor, that you're not really paying attention to the Rocket. And once you do notice the Rocket, he's in the vents, and by then you're already going to get dove back by Iron Fist and Spider-Man. So I really like tanks. I really like Asheville tanks composition. I really enjoy their play style as well too.
I'm wondering if it's like irrelevant here, because we're seeing like 222 across the rip, and it's been pretty common as far as being able to lock in that type. The Angela from BG1. Again, this is all assuming that it's going to stay this way whenever the pause gets finished here, as far as these compositions go. I'm wondering if you switch off for Franklin Panthers if one, deep damage dealer isn't relevant. potentially like a mantis, so that way you get the anti-dive on top of everything else. Maybe you don't sacrifice the mobility. I think the Star-Lord would have more mobility than the Moon Knight, although both do have that mobility. Maybe the Moon Knight, you could see a triple strat just simply because you can lay out damage still, and it matches your same vibes regardless. Plus, you get the stun as well. So if the Spider-Man gets a little bit too pesky, same with the Iron Fist, they could both be that way. Franklin Panther is their worst thing that could happen to them is getting frustrated at those dives. They need to have a solution, be able to move to it fast if it bothers them as much as we think it might.
I think so. I think so. Honestly, though, I kind of like the Moon Knight also for the ultimate as well, too. If they do group up on everyone, I could just press ult and I might take 3 with me, you know? Like, also, with it being a dive composition, you guys are going to be very clustered together for the most part. I can clear middle and I can clear the position that we need to take over with a pretty good ult. So I kind of like it as well too. It complements with the Magneto ult as well too. You can do a huge big damage and then just wrap things up there with the Magneto. It could be layered with Doctor Strange as well too.
Well, you heard it from Huey, Khonshu, you and me and you.
Yeah, right. Honestly,
take everybody out in the process. I go down, you go down with us. We finally unpause here, so we'll get things going here momentarily. We'll see if that's the strat, whether they move around things too. And as long as they hit their shots, they should be decent here too. First fight will take place and get things going
there
here.
It is.
Franklin Panthers opened up the door.
Yeah, 2 already down there. And again, that just comes from that poke there. And as long as they can find a dive, here we go. Yeah, I'm liking Slay Queen a lot. May become a huge fan. May becoming a huge fan here.
Such a skill gap for Spider-Man. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like if you're gonna play it, gotta play it right.
Insane. The ceiling's always insane for that character, and it's always enjoyable to watch a high class Spider-Man player. Oh my gosh, but that's gonna be a quick 2 there.
Man, oh man, we didn't even talk about like the dives from both tanks. In addition to the Angela and Thor combination is deadly, especially if you don't see it coming. I mean, that was a blind punch to the back. That was something else.
That was so fast, and the position's gonna go right to the tanks right now. We mentioned that the dive comp is real easy to get on, but we didn't mention how difficult it is to fight against the dive comp as well. Once you lose the position, it's gonna be hard to get back in here.
Remember Pickles wasn't able to play Daredevil last map. I don't know if it was like choice or, but it was banned regardless. He didn't have that opportunity. Woo! And that's just another source of Khonshu damage, or just damage generally speaking. They took them out completely. And all the Pickles will be picked back up. I'm not sure it's going to do a whole lot here. Kiki right back on it.
Nice shoot and text. As now they're going to find the approach. This is what we were kind of mentioning in a pick and bans here. For going for Moon Knight and for Star-Lord. These are the perfect pick for this stage. Just having the all-around mobility and also having that consistent DPS damage as well too. All you got to do is light them up, reposition, and let the team handle the rest of the work.
That's right. Electro Wave actually switched off. It wasn't to the Mantis, it was to a Phoenix instead. So they wanted to continue with the same amount of damage. And plus, that ultimate can be deadly too. They're at 90%, by the way. Asheville did a good job to kind of like march up, especially in the first fight, to get their ultimate percentage up relatively high. But when they used that, they didn't get much from it. They were able to switch the point momentarily, but Franklin's taking it right back now. Has gotten it up to 60% versus the 42 on the other side. And plus, their percentage pretty high themselves. They will have the Echo. And if they want to use it, they don't even need it right now. They're still laying out picks regardless. That's 2 back-to-back. Azerta got one in the process as well. And although the God of Thunder will take out 1, it's answered back anyways. And Franklin Panthers continue to just be a menace here on this point.
Really nice work there. And as we mentioned earlier there too, that the dive comp is pretty difficult to fight against, but the poke comp can also be as extremely difficult as we're here, as we find Slay Queen with a mean double, as you don't mess with the Spidey.
Nah. He wrapped him up. and do the rest. But they used a lot of ultimates in this process here as Franklin Panthers was able to find the answer. Slay Queen still laying out a couple, though. They'll have the numbers on points. They should be able to team up on this. But look at the rest of Franklin Panthers already trying to get back onto point. And I don't think XPL Asheville has the manpower to be able to get back into this one either. No, Franklin Panthers are all over them.
Nice.
Caught the hammer to the face. And now you just have a couple here still living on point for the moment, but it might be tough because of that strange portal.
Nice.
They're able to get on there, but it was just a dive of desperation. And although they get onto point, it's too late. Franklin Panthers will take the first point here on this map. So Frozen Airfield goes to the Panthers, and Super Soldier Factory be next. But Panthers were just that much better in those engagements.
Right. It was very back and forth in the beginning, and as soon as Panthers found their position, they did not let go and they did not look back, showing that the poke comp outbeating the dive comp there. It was very difficult for tanks to even kind of turn the corner to even check to see what was going on there. And as long as Panthers can kind of continue doing that, they should be able to close this one out here on the second round.
Looked really strong. That comp that I was fearing, they had to go up against.
Right.
Even with that amount of damage, with Slay Queen playing it correctly. And I think we talked about this in the first map as well, even though ultimately Asheville was able to walk away with that victory. It still seemed like they were able to keep Slay Queen in check until they weren't able to. But this time around, they were able to just find more solutions, and the support just a little bit stronger too. I think the switch to the Phoenix was a huge part of that to lay out that damage. Plus, they kind of stepped away from the Magneto, who's finally, lost a little bit of relevance. But you see the portal right off the rip, and surprise, surprise, here we are.
I was watching and I wasn't ready. So playing, I definitely would have hesitated there. That was a great opening there. Oh, the snatch away, but gonna be able to jump back away from the Spidey. That was a great opening there from the Panthers.
It was. They opened it up completely. Now you're double teamed here as a Thor, able to get the first pick though, and out the back too, because you're able to dodge. And if you chase into me, guess what? We got the rest of the cavalry right around, and you should fall. Sure enough, they do. And of course, it's the Thor to do it as well. You chased me down. I'm gonna make sure I swing the hammer and put you on your back too. But they are still having their hands full. There's 4 on this point that they're trying to swing around, and that's a great job to track them down. And listen, that Thor is saying, "This. Look at this point. This is mine. You cannot take it."
Wow, good force away there from, to force the Star-Lord away from the fight to then kind of bring him back when there is no one there. The flip to the tanks now looking kind of nice here.
Look at them, just now they have to kind of reevaluate here if you're the Panthers. Great job to take it here from Asheville back. So regardless of those situations, now you have to regroup and make sure that you have it in. If you challenge in, they actually find 3, so they're going to back off right back onto the point. So Asheville is being wise about their point of attack before they end up diving here too. And Thor opens up again. I mean, I have not seen Thor this active in from other players in a very long time. And now stunned, and that's about as easy as it gets in that situation. Wow.
Hey. We mentioned it earlier, the ultimate layering between each other is fantastic. With the Eye of Amagata all the way in to Thor, following, I think that was the only 2 that was actually needed for the side of the Panthers. And they were going to be able to pick up a little bit there, but unfortunately Gold Reaper going to be able to revive a lot of people back on that skirmish, and and Tanks and Asheville didn't lose a lot of traction there.
This might be a very interesting battle here in this next one, because we should have 6 ultimates online here as the Galactic Legend does come online. So we'll see which team is willing to kind of give that up. I imagine that it'll be Asheville, just to simply send them to a difficult position here if they do. But now both ways go. In-Song Inferno first, but then on the other side, Answer Back with Pickles will fall off of this one as Kiki was able to just track them down. That's before even using the Galactic Legend.
Oh my God.
You haven't lined up anyways. You might as well come through, and the Thor is rightly timed here to make sure they go first. But it's traded back and forth regardless. Lil Gordon down, but Nico was answering this one as well. And honestly, this back and forth trading going to pay off for Asheville regardless. But it's still Franklin Panthers able to kind of keep them at bay. It's 2v2 here on the point. But finally, the Thor falls for Franklin Panthers, and Nashville able to just close this one out as well. And now we're 1-1 here as we'll go to a third piece of this map.
Asheville forcing the fight into the small corridor. there was fantastic, and that's exactly where they wanted to have that fight. And the Panthers on the back foot at a disadvantage almost brought that back to their side. But unfortunately, just the sustainability that was just from Asheville's tank's composition just kept them more than enough afloat to bring it, to swing that fight actually back to their side. And unfortunately, tied it up 1-1 there, where it seemed that Franklin Panthers had the chance to close this one out 2-0.
Yeah, especially when they took the point early, too. And,
right.
You do everything right, it feels like, to win that first fight. Obviously, there's plenty of time left. The first fight's never going to officially win it. But they were looking a lot stronger in domination than Nashville had previously. But they were able to awaken the Thor. And you're seeing the first point of view from the master
100%.
himself. Been the better of the two Thors, although Azert has been very strong, too. It's been a Thor battle, a battle of thunder, which I'm here for.
Honestly, yeah, I can definitely agree with you. Awake being the better Thor, but I don't want to take away from Azerted there, who's been having a fantastic Thor as well too. So honestly, oh man, the rolls are already ripping out the gate. Here we go.
Oh, getting the hearts cards out just in time here. The 1-for-1 as Kiki will actually land the Galactic Legend, held on to that from last time around. The Daredevils pop in their ultimate too, so we'll take a peek where they're at here as Pickles will dive in back row.
Yeah.
Are they able to get that Invisible Woman? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Nice job to attack, place it, and get it to the right spot as well, but the Daredevil not able to chase out and get that at long range, so you'll have to face off with the Thor on site, and let me play spoilers here. That's not going to go good for you, although the other Thor was able to back them up in the process.
Yeah, no, it was looking kind of nice, but I got to give it over to Pickles there, able to kind of keep things by themselves until tanks were able to regroup here. But Panthers out of the gate using a lot of ultimates. I wonder if that's going to play a factor in the late game here, as we see ultimates building up pretty quickly either way.
Slay was trying to get that off angle, as you want to with that Spider-Man, but now you'll see that three kind of group up in this moment. They were playing the back end of things a little bit more persistently.
Nice.
And even when they try to attack him, great job to track down that Thor, number one, be able to fight them off. They only lose one in the process, but that said, Ash will take able to bring them right directly back. Look at the triple res, karmic revival rather, able to pull up a couple there, and now that's going to allow Asheville to have the numbers and just completely flip this fight.
Again, it's just the back and forth between these two. It just shows you how close in terms of skill that these players are with each other, and it's really just a little bit of a difference of the composition that lets each other teams finding an edge on each other.
We sit and wait. Asheville's now got control of the point, already up to 60% by the way, as Franklin struggles to find solutions to get on. They've been good back and forth in the fights. But it's all about who can sustain, who doesn't give them an opportunity by staggering. And you can tell that they regrouped for this fight, but you're seeing them able to lay one after another. Slay Queen with the Spidey as well.
Gosh.
And it's just as Azerted is able to find one though. Elsa has a God of Thunder, but doesn't matter when they get that res too. Azerted with the Thunder gains one and is able to track one down two, and Franklin Panthers right on cue. A big fight that they needed, because I'm not sure they would have had time to get it if they didn't win that fight.
Huge quad there from Azerted. The Karmic Revival was very nice, but just in a weird position, which allowed the rest of the Panthers to just kind of regroup and find their positioning there. And now we're just seeing Azerted just kind of thunder diffing right now against Awake, and now finding their back foot and finding a grip in this game here once Tanks was at 76%.
Azerted has asserted himself to the front lines and has done a fantastic job, whether you're going to hear puns throughout, unfortunately. Nico from the back line does pull ultimate. Does a great job to prepare it before the fight. I love this. This should be a good look here from Asheville now to lay it out. Invisible boundary, though, to keep it out. But Ensong Inferno and Star Lord is pulling their ultimate as well. Got a couple from Slay, and now Pickles with the double, make it 3. And now it's Thor also to finish it off here for Asheville. And right off the Gambit ultimate, and the 3 ultimates just overwhelming Franklin Panthers, who tried to throw it back to him, but it was just not enough. And now I'm wondering if they have enough time with 83% already for Asheville.
they might start to funnel in. And then if you look over through it, you see Slay Queen just stalling them for as much as possible. And yeah, it's going to be that much harder for them to get themselves in. It looks like Gorda trying to find a portal in, but they'll have the information so they know they won't have the surprise. The flush going in also onto Gambit here. This is the do or die for Panthers, and they might be able to do.
Yeah, it was Kiki that rolled off of it and got the Gambit, charge there to push them forward with the spades. And plus the portal was massive here for Franklin Panthers, and now they're forcing the hands of Asheville and asking them the same question. Because I don't believe they will have the portal. It depends on BG1 and if they do have it. But they still have the Thor waiting on site here to dive in if they need it. That's going to be the case here. But did they dive in too early? No, they're out the back door at least. We're able to touch. Now Portal comes out. Now it's time for Pickles to jump on. Slay Queen's the first one to open it up. Now you've got also the ultimate, the Eye of Agamotto, trying to stun them. I'm not sure if they got anybody on that, though, as they still seem to be alive here. Asheville looks to take them. No, they are able to fight through it regardless. They must have caught them all together. They fall one by one. They got everybody off it as well. Overtime will tick down. Can they get back to it here? On it, it's ticking down, but you got one last effort to try to get back on it. Did they get it? No! It'll be Asheville that's able to win that last fight, re-steal it in overtime, get the 2-1 against Franklin Panthers, and take this series. Man, oh man, what a series it was.
This was the first round of our event today, too, and it was such a banger. You would think that this was finals, how great this one was. And yeah, you gotta give it over to Asheville there. Awaken, it seemed that he went a little too early, but the entire plan was to really have all eyes on Awaken, to open the portal, to then force you to kind of just lose a lot of momentum and a lot of your positioning there. And yeah, they kind of ran away with that towards the end. Overall, a great start, great series to the start of the event today.
Absolutely, man. Asheville was incredible with how they were able to balance across the entirety of their composition. Like the Thor, obviously we talked about plenty, but how about Pickle switching over to the Daredevil whenever it was not banned this map, and it really had their moments to shine, especially in that last fight to be able to fight it off too. So Asheville, rightly so, deserves this one, and of course for Franklin Panthers, doesn't feel good, but they will be eliminated 2-0. And hope they continue at it because, I mean, that team is just filthy for a team that got eliminated first round. I mean, they would have been a problem against basically anybody else. But you see Asheville go up against the Spartans here. So that will be their next one. Villa Park High School was waiting for them with the bye around. So that's who their next matchup will be here.
Honestly, just looking at the bracket right now, it's clean to all through our first round of 16. So our top 16 gone. Moving into quarterfinals, we have MD Rivals versus the Frisco Falcons, DBTI Rivals versus LBHS, NHS versus NCA, and VPHS versus the Tanks, who we just noticed, who I gotta say is definitely a forerunner here for me for sure.
Yeah, they looked extremely good. They'll have their hands full, though, as the Villa Park High School team. You know, they're just as strong, so it's these are going to be battles that are heated all the way throughout this bracket. I'm excited for it. And again, if you're just tuning in here, you missed quite a heck of a round number 1 here at the ESC Nationals 2026 Qualifier, Series number 5 for Marvel Rivals. It's been awesome already, but we'll have a little bit more coverage, of course. We're going to be with you throughout the rest of the bracket. Starting with the quarterfinals next, we'll have which matchup that will be here on stream after this break, so don't go anywhere. Again, you're watching the ESC Qualifiers.
Curious, maybe you should take
baseline. Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Yeah. Love. Yeah. You must walk on water cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head. Cause you hot as shit, nah, just she African. Not no bottom, top notch out here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free, oh she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, you stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, you give me wings, pilot. Girl, I love your voice, sound like love calling in. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call
but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Oh take you like a pill.
Welcome back to the ESC Nationals 2026 Qualifier Series number 5 for Marvel Rivals. We bring you right into Villa Park as they're facing off with a team we got to see win in round 1, XP League Asheville. As we open up at Spider Islands, we want to make sure viewers know as well, we got some drops happening here for Marvel Rivals, so make sure you stick around and collect some of that loot, if you will, Huey.
Oh yeah, man, it's always the best. It's always best. You get to root for your favorite team and your friends and get some free loot and gear for your favorite game as well too. As we are headed to Spider Island, I wanted to touch on this Moon Knight, but this Ultron over here just taking over this Spider Island here. Amazing performance.
A good Ultron means that you have additional damage, so you can get a little bit different, compositions looking for the attack side, damage side, if you will. So that was certainly looking up here. But Villa Park now, even with this hand of Khonshu coming down upon them, are looking to maybe establish themselves here, but having trouble just trying to push forward. Oh, that's a good wall to be able to separate a couple out, but still able to get right behind it. Yeah, again, you have that cage as well here from the Groots available and ready for it if they group up too much. Now they've walled them off as well, but not able to get that pick either, so it remains 3 ultimates to 4 ultimates, so it's about to get crazy.
Yeah, there's a really good choke point, and again, like I mentioned, you gotta watch that Groot ult, and we find it there. They're gonna find an easy 3 here. I gotta give it to Villa Park having a really nice position on this choke point.
Yep, the Strangling Prison comes out, and you've got no choice. You need a follow-up there, and that's exactly what they got here to force them backwards. Even the Emma Frost, that shield is already down, so they're gonna have to kind of wait themselves out as they do a great job to be able to keep on it and be able to push back Villa Park, whose defense looked strong for the first little bit because we're already down to about 2 minutes before it got to about halfway through this first points. Now following up on the rest of this attack as well, as you saw It's Jeff try to pick up a couple, got one in the process as Max got found out, got thrown off as well, and now they're going to fall to you.
Yeah, good follow-up here on the Frost, and just holding them down and just preventing that flank there with the shield. I gotta give it to them. It did take a little bit for them to come in, but this is a crazy flank portal with the Eye of Agamotto follow-up as well too, layering on the Eye of Khonshu as well too. This is a crazy opener here for Villa.
Continues on it, yeah. It's just been really good. Plus you have this BRB in addition to everything else. So, the Sia was laying out some additional damage too, as they aren't gathering the Ankh, they put it right onto point. And so for Asheville, you had to kind of be surgical as far as where you wanted to move to. And when that happened, they split basically, essentially off of that point, and that allows Villa Park to be able to step up into that space and deny Asheville the first point here with just 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, honestly, I got it. Since we saw Asheville tanks since the first round, wow, what an ultimate layer combo, wombo combo there. But I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I mean, you had that Strangling Prison, and then the rest do break through, and Asheville does get to the point, and should be able to at least, and they will be able to reset should they get to it, and they did. But that was all, again, right back from the Strangling Prison combined with the Insong Inferno that just lays out so much damage in that one particular spot, and it was enough to be able to push them over the edge here. BG1 and the rest had to kind of deal with. Eventually, we're able to make it out with it. So Villa Park, they did everything right. Asheville had that answer and able to get there and reset the clock here for the second push.
It seemed that Villa Park had Asheville's answers there, but they got it all together. They got themselves together at the last moment, and then now the momentum from being able to kind of get it at the last moment is helping them push forward here, as we do see a really nice Conchuel, but unfortunately he isn't going to only be able to get one, but Jeff going to be able to find two there. Let's see how far they'll be able to take it, though. Oh, I think they're just going to go all the way and actually scratch it. That was 3 for Jeff.
Yeah, grabbed up 3 in the process and just threw him off the edge at that point in time. That's the right move. All the rest are able to make easy work of this one and cover a tremendous amount of ground. But you gotta be on the actual payload to be able to do that. So now they finally swing back, and the comms were a little bit too late here, as now that might open the door for Villa Park to be able to challenge it before they get there.
Yeah, I think they could have gone a little further. I think they might be able to still get the time check. Ooh, but they're going to have to get to a fight there, which honestly, if the comms were correct, I don't even think they would have really needed to fight here. But I think they definitely got it here. Oh, yeah. They've got their mojo back.
The Rage of Ultron will certainly solidify that, too. That was just so much that they got from that alone. It's something about the strategist ultimates, man. Like, they get so much value regardless of which direction it is for Rage of Ultron. It's just laying out massive amounts of just punishment on this team, and they still can't find solutions. They're just being filtered out the back door as Asheville not only take the point, but they're already marching their way towards the 3rd point as well.
Yeah, and it's a little unfortunate here. Villa Park having such a good defense, now kind of being forced to be funneled in one at a time just from the timings. But now with the Venom coming in, they might be able to do something here, as they are now fully Group 6.
Try to pull them in with Psionic Seduction. Wasn't able to pull them across that corner. PG1, we've seen a couple of those land extremely well, especially into the Punisher that we saw in the first round of this one. Look how much they're laying out, too. Nicely done there.
Hey.
That was bonus. Bonus Snipes was able to just jump on sight and be able to cut up 3 of them as they got to the back line as well to finish off the rest. And Asheville will need to regroup after Villa Park was able to get a stronghold, not just 1/3 of the way towards that point. So grand hold from Villa Park, and plus they're down to minute 30 as well, and just doing a great job to facilitate, keep spacing correct, and keep themselves available here in this one. Got them extremely low. Does take out 1 there as BG1 was finished. Bonus has been absolutely popping off, finding the exact right lanes to pop into it and be able to get out as well, as now as Laufey wants to be able to do exactly the same here for Villa Park. The Venom all up in your business on the back line, and there is no support left for you. Goodbye. Should be able to finish the job, but they will hold on there. Asheville now trying to make a push of their own.
Really nice turnaround there, being able to regroup back to the team here. Only about a minute left here. This is the defense that we saw from Villa Park in the early rounds here of this first round, which showed like how crazy and how strong they are. And this is a difficult one to get through, to say the least here. And I don't know if they're going to be able to, as we do see the Emma Snow ult going to keep people alive here. But we might have just seen the Jeff ult. I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with it, though.
Yeah, fate of both worlds right at the right time. Rage of Ultron is right back out. We saw Vortex go off with it earlier, but you're dealing with another Ultron on the other side. Does get 2, though, in the process. Doesn't even fall until just now. Finally, the Ultron on Ultron crime. Vortex also fallen, and now you've got the rest. Now they're right back out of it. Bonus, who's been all up in your business the whole time, and looking to do exactly the same here. Maybe Dark Child here too, and that comes out certainly in a dangerous spot here for this squad. That was a great job to start off with that, and already have the 25% on that ultimate as well. I mean, Bonus is basically just holding off for Villa, putting them on their backs, but this is gonna be a tough fight to try to battle through. I don't care how strong you are in the close distance fights. You're just trying to remain on and stay alive as long as you can. Psionic Seduction as well here coming out from Awaken, but will it be enough to be able to strike through it? As you see, Venom had it as well.
They're still in overtime right now as we speak. That's going to be 2 for the side of Villa Park. Make that 3 for 1 right now as we do find a double. Oh, unfortunately, going to bounce off there. It's going to be 2 for 4, but I don't think that's going to be enough time for the rest of the Asheville tanks to find the reposition and the regroup. So they will get 2. Let's see what Villa Park will be able to do once they swap sides.
Yeah, have they done enough here at this point in time? They got 2 ticks, and It can be really difficult, especially if you're not able to really work in open space or up vertically in distance between points 1 and 2, which, you know, it didn't seem like Asheville had a problem at all there on the attack. So Villa Park will look to see if they can't do the same. So, but again, just like super close. There was times where it felt like Asheville had every single right to be able to win a fight and be able to just get it the length of the distance and just weren't able to kind of fight through it. And a lot of that had to do with backline disruption completely, as they were having trouble trying to track down bonus. And I mean, that's kind of some of the value that you get if you're not able to track down a Magic and, you know, much like a Spider-Man or much like anything else we've been talking about from the dive perspective, that Magic can just, if it's effective, it can happen in a blink of an eye. You're just not ready for it. You don't have the support, then it's difficult to deal with, because then you're regrouping once, twice. In a blink of an eye, that 2 minutes goes by, and you're like, where did all the time go, man?
Right. And honestly, I got to give it to Villa Park there. Again, it seemed that Tanks had understood the homework assignment and had it in the bag. And as soon as Magic came down, as soon as Snips was able to come down and really start putting down the business, it became a very difficult objective to overcome. And unfortunately, they weren't able to. And I want to see if they're going to be able to bring that to the attack side as well, too.
Asheville's looking a little bit more conservatively here defensively, so we'll see if Villa Park, whether that's a strength or you know, a difficulty of theirs to try to manage and fight through. Laffy is trying to make it difficult for them to be able to land and stay in that poke position, as the Daredevil is trying to work on the back line, but they're being nicely tracked here from the damage of Asheville. So that's conservative positioning to try to play a little bit farther back than what we saw from Villa Park. Right now, holding on to it, but they're still just being harassed on the back line like we saw before. Will they be able to stay alive? I don't think so. Finally, they get to it. It took them some time, but Laffy got there.
Man, giving these guys the beatdown from the Devil from Hell's Kitchen is insane. Just giving them the Billy Mop is crazy. The Billy Close is crazy work here. And yeah, it's just the onslaught is not stopping here. It's so difficult to kind of find a the pause here, or to stop this momentum here from Lofty.
That's right. You keep working into the back line, so you're not able to get back. They kind of staggered here, and the rest of the team is just like, all right, we don't have a Daredevil, that's fine. Like, we've got a Luna Snow that can lay it out. We can have the Magic, you know, and the Doctor Strange to shield it, all and really work as a bunch, a collective, you know, workhouse here. So Villa Park was catching that. If you're Asheville Tanks, you want to make sure that when Daredevil is diving in and causing that chaos, that even if you're in a fight, you got to back off, be able to get that first pick, and then be able to win the rest of the fight when all the rest of your teammates are able to get back to on the point. So I see that as an area of emphasis for them.
Oh, using the invisible there, fortress there. To kind of blind and get the Eye of Agamotto open. But unfortunately, it seemed that the Villa's attack kind of went Ari there, and I'm not as too sure as to why.
Yeah, they had the positioning, right? And it's just maybe they got a little bit too far thin spread there too. Could potentially be the case. But look at the Daredevil switch over to the Groot. So they're completely switching up the comp here. And it looks like it'll still remain a 2-2-2, so I'm wondering who switched on the other side to be able to switch over to that damage. No, they got 3 strat instead, I believe. Yep, 3 strats here as the Ultron from Crimson will be played here. And Pickles now over to the again, Pickles was really effective too, so they'll be on, you know, trying to get their ultimate up and is alive and ready to go. Rage of Ultron here from Vortex as well, as they do use Portal to get back onto it too. It's bonus Snips on the back line. How many times have we said that before? Plus the Strangling Prison, and it is just a feast upon that wall as Laffy gets it done. Wow.
The triple here, looking for a quad, and I gotta say, Villa Park has been mounting such a strong offense, but we're only at the first shot point.
That's right.
They should get the reset here for sure. Only 2 meters away from it. And Asheville Tanks trying to do their hardest to hold them back as long as possible. But I don't know. I think they got it here. Let's see. Eye of Agamotto going to land onto a big combo. But I don't know if it's going to be enough there, as we do find 2. There's the match back. Karma comes quick as Max finds their own Eye of Agamotto and finds 3 of Asheville Tanks. Make that 4, make that the team.
Yeah, and they're going to have to be basically perfect from this one, but a great job to reset here to be able to manage and get that, where it needed to go, especially after the Strange was forced to use that portal, which is a perfectly timed one to try to just dive in. And if you win that fight, if things go a little bit differently, then Nashville just closes out, plain and simple. But instead, they're going to have to, fight into this one and see if they can't work it here in this back and forth between building and see if they can hold off when it gets to bridge. That'll be the ultimate goal here, and we'll see what they can manage. They got the Strange out in front looking to block out and absorb a lot of the damage being laid out, but how much can you really do when Pickles has been great on the Deadpool, continues to be so here from this one, but they didn't really like their look, so they will back out a little bit. But Astral, again, all they have to really do is kill time at this point and make sure that you're playing a little bit conservatively, but not enough to surrender this point, and you can see them getting it done right now.
Right. Only a little less than 2 seconds left. This is going to be 3 right here for the side of Asheville Tanks. And now the damage from Deadpool forcing them back. The wall's getting torn apart here. I wonder if they're going to continue with the pressure here or allow Villa Park to kind of find a regroup and go for a full 6-on-6 skirmish again.
Lobby's got the Strangling Prison yet again that quickly. They're able to get back to it because of what they were able to manage elimination-wise from the first time around as well. So that's something to watch. But basically all Ultimates live. Fate of both worlds out here for Awaken. We'll keep the sustainability here for Asheville as they look to work into this fight, but it's going to be countered the other way. So a lot of invincibility here for the next little bit as those are going to go out. The Strangling Prison did catch them. Yes! Again, Lofty! I don't know how he continues to get away with it, man.
Man, beautiful. It's just a layer of CC here. You get the group into the Khonshu, Lunaso to keep yourself sustained, and it's just a evil combination here. But yet somehow, some way, Tanks finds their way through out of it.
That's crazy. I was just about to say, like, how did they get those numbers again? The 3 out. They do not have any res. Res.
No,
how in the world?
Right.
How in the... Dude, like...
And
all right.
we see that they're landing, but it's just... They're not getting the secures. They're not getting the full kills. The damage is here for sure, but the full def is just unfortunately not there. The defense so strong here from Asheville Tanks. It's going to be a strong offense here. Need to be mounted by Villa Park to reshift the momentum to their side with only 10 seconds left before we head into overtime.
And that's what happens whenever you have, you sacrifice and go. Whether it's 3 Vanguards or 3 Strategists versus, you just have Magic.
Right.
If Magic isn't there and laying it out with you, right? If they're not putting out damage too, then you come up just a little bit short. But, you got to be able to hit your marks whenever you're that close if you're Villa Park. So this will be one last-ditch effort to try and keep them alive here in overtime. You do get that, and you get the high ground as well, chasing them out. Somehow the invincibility is still making it difficult here for the Hulk, but that's your ultimate job is just distraction here on the back line if you're the Hulk. Frozen well, though, so that'll at least relieve a little bit of pressure, but Luffy wants to get right back out of it. They have one person on point, overtime very low, and now this is not looking good because Asheville has regrouped completely, and now you have to make sure that you're basically clinical throughout this fight. Whether or not they get it done, let's check it out here. Pickles, a couple early. The double picks are going to set them up for success here, and now that you have 2 down, one of them is the Luna Snow, that's going to make it difficult. That's 2 strategists out the door, plus an Insong Inferno to add injury to insult, and they do take care of one. Now they have one last, make it 2 last on the point to try to fight out as well as Lofty goes ham, but you got to stay on the point as well. It's getting extremely low at this point, and they build time, but not enough. Asheville will take map 1 here at Spider Islands.
Close, but no cigar. Villa Park with a strong looking like unmountable defense here, but unfortunately just not being able to find it, and then again looking to find a very offensive attack here. Again, just a little bit of too little too late, unfortunately, for these guys, but overall a still very strong performance, and it can definitely bring it back here in round 2.
And on it, Deadpool, no less. When you add a character to the game, right? You add a hero to the game, and they can be used on 3, different, literally every single type.
I thought that was hilarious, honestly. I thought they were trolling us at first with that, and I was like, no way,
right.
Surely it's not going to happen that way. But yet, here we are.
Yeah, here we are, and it makes it difficult to first of all, focus on one and get it completely fine-tuned, because you have different abilities per or different like perks in addition to that you have to kind of consider. It's and plus it the Deadpool's not incredibly strong at any one of them, including like the DPS like we saw here. So like it's like, well, what can the Vanguard that we saw here, rather. So, like, how are they able to manage that? But they were consistently landing those final blows that were an issue for Villa Park, right? Villa Park with the strangling prison we talked about. Well, it seemed like there was a solution on the other side for Asheville where they're able to find those last picks. Your damage can take them pretty low, but then when you run out of your ability and what they're able to lay out, then you have to rely on your Vanguards and your strategists to get the last blows sometimes whenever you're just quite, when you get them low, but not able to finish the rest. So I thought that might have been the difference in map number 1. Now, whether it continues that way, I guess we'll have to see as we go to Domination.
Yeah. Again, really nice work there. But let's see if Villa Park will be able to tie things up. I gotta say, I really enjoyed Bonus Snip's magic there. I was hoping to see a little more from the attacking side, but it just seemed that they weren't able to find an angle like they were able to in the first round, getting onto the back line and just becoming such a huge threat that they were.
Yeah, 100%. All right, well, that being said, now it'll be Villa Park's turn to pick a map. I think they actually picked the first one as well. Yeah, because they were the home team, so they were able to pick that first one, but because they fall, it'll be their map choice yet again here for the second one, so that's certainly notable. When you pick the first one, it doesn't quite go your way, then you rely a lot on just your ability to perform on domination, so goes without saying, but want to reiterate to that. For anybody who might just be joining us, we're in round 2 now, so the quarterfinals happening as we speak. So as we look to gear up the second rounds of this second rounds, if you will, the winner of this will go on to face the winner of NHS Varsity, and I believe they're going up with let's see who they've got. NHS Varsity actually able to take it on NCAA Esports. So the winner will face NHS Varsity. And let me tell you, the way that NHS has already won that series is pretty crazy to me. That was quick work. So whoever gets through might have their hands full, but obviously you want to focus at the match of hand. And that's what we've got here. Huey walking into domination.
I got to say, again, you took the words right out of my mouth. Already cutting through. We only had 1 round. So not only to play 2 rounds, but to win in 2 rounds that fast, that is a little scary. That's a little scary, to say the least.
No doubt. On the other side of the bracket, while we look here, MD Rivals is still facing off with Frisco Falcons. The winner of that goes on to face off with LBHS, the agents, if you will. They are already through as well. So that's pretty crazy. You see it on your screen now. So, like, that's quick work, number 1. And either way you chalk it up, those two might be ones to watch out for sure. Meanwhile, you're eyeballing the VPHS Asheville game if you're just joining us as well. That we'll see map 2 as Asheville took map number 1. MD Rivals, Frisco Falcons. If we get an update, we'll let you know. But right now, just winner will move on there too. But so far across the board, 2-0s here. It's been pretty straightforward as far as these games go.
I'm honestly surprised with how close these matches are. It's not as if they've been complete blowouts or one team has definitely been dominating so much harder than the other. It just seems that one team gets a slight advantage towards the end and kind of just locks in towards the end. So I'm honestly really surprised with how many 2-0s we've had all day.
And XP League here in chat also hanging out with us as well. The Asheville side cheering them on. And if you're here to support either Villa Park or Asheville for their matchup here, we want to see you in chat. Or if you're here with anybody else, we'd love to see you as well. Remember, these are going to be best of 3s throughout. So even if you get through the quarterfinals, semifinals, also best of 3, the finals will be a best of 5 to see who gets those massive amounts of power ranking bump considerations here in this one. So it will truly influence who makes it to the ESC Championship. You give yourself a prime opportunity if you're able to win this bracket. But to your point, I mean, if anybody who's been watching and sticking with us on this broadcast, number 1, thank you. Number 2, you're collecting and reaping in those Marvel Rivals drops in addition to everything else. But number 3, you know how close each and every one of these matches has been. It's been a crazy awesome broadcast already, and we're not even halfway through here.
No. We are not even in the semis just yet, let alone finals. So we still have plenty of Marvel action here. as we are just waiting a few more moments for our next round here. So we just had a convoy. If I'm not mistaken, we'll be taking it to Dominion now next, if I'm not mistaken, right?
That's right. So it'll be domination and options being. Oh, we saw Hydra base earlier, so that's Hell's Heaven, if you will. So might go back there. We got Wakanda, Krakoa, and Quintar are the three options here, and
Wolf,
so
Quintar, Wolf.
yeah,
Me and
man.
Quintar are not friends, like,
Man,
if I'm being honest.
yeah, I'm the same way. I'm the same way, especially that. What's the? Oh, I'm trying to remember and trying to recall all of these maps right at the same time. What's the open one that's like in the kind of reminds me of symbiotic surface because it's like Clintar, but it's like the
I know
last
what you're
stretch.
talking about, and I can't
Yeah.
think of it. Yeah.
We're-
Nope. That last
That was
stretch and
that
that
was
little
pain.
choke point at the end. At the third point, yeah. Nope.
That's pain, man. It's pain.
It is. It is a lot of games lost on attack there. It's such a strong defensive point there. Honestly, I feel a lot of the maps are pretty even, but I feel Clintar is very defense focused. Like it's just defense advantage. I feel.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of difficult. But with that being said, we're going right into our picks and bans here. And it seems Thor is a hot ban, pick ban character there, so is going to be taken away. Magic is going to be kept there for the side of Villa Park, as to be expected with such a great performance there through Snips. As we see Namor, Venom going to be banned, Deadpool going to be kept for Pickles on the side of Asheville Tanks, as we see Thing going to be taken off there for Villa Park. So a lot of focus here on the tanks, as we do see Loki going to be saved for Villa. I kind of am scared of the Magic Loki Wombo combo there.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like that's just pure confusion. Pure,
Yeah.
Like with the Loki #1 and then like Magic, if you got a good flank, which we know that they're capable of from Villa Park, yeah, that might be very, very difficult for them to manage, especially when you're not able to dive them with the Thor. Awaken has got to be like, man, really? Come on, man.
I
Being
mean,
able to
you gotta
pop
give
up
it.
Yeah.
You gotta give the Villa Park though. They did their homework. They know how well Awaken is on Thor. So being able to focus him out and take one of their strongest picks here, I think that this is exactly where you need to be.
Complete ban list here for Asheville was Namor, Venom, and Gambit. The keeps were Deadpool and my goodness, help me, Phoenix. Holy cow, that wasn't coming
Phoenix,
to me earlier.
Yes, it was Phoenix there, and Gambit was going to be the last one. Followed up on the end there, going to be Invisible Woman for the side of Villa Park. So a lot of focus on tanks and supports there. And to the other side, a little more focus to tanks and the carries.
Yes. Adam Warlock potentially being hovered right now as we speak. So we've got a couple of different looks. A Rogue there too from the Vanguard side. We'll see if that continues. You know, without Thor, Waken, it's got to be thinking of other solutions there. I mean, like, I wouldn't hate an Angela here either for that same type of pressure, you know?
Not at all, especially after we saw how well they did Angela as well too. So no, I could agree with that pick as well too. But it seems like they're gonna settle in on the new one and a group.
Yep. We got Groot and Rogue on that side. Plus, their defense is going to have a White Fox in addition to it.
Nice.
Nico back on that, so we'll get to see more of that new hero that was just released a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, exactly.
I gotta say, I'm really enjoying the White Fox's forward ability here. Just really aggressive. You have one direction, and it's forward. Speaking of there, I think that's going to be 2 there for Asheville Tanks already off the rip.
Yeah, 1-2 back-to-back, and Slay Queen doing what the name suggests. And now has another one in their sights, just tracks them easily. The adjustments in screens and screen tracking that we've seen has been phenomenal from Slay Queen as Asheville shows up early in this one.
Really nice work there. And is going to take a pretty strong point there. Ultimates are leading from the side of Asheville Tanks as well, too.
I see you.
Oh, that's scary. Just hearing Daredevil knowing that he can see you is very spooky, to say the least. As you do see Lofty coming in for an approach. Finds, not bad. Gets 2 there as well, too. Gonna start stacking. As they have to retreat back just a bit, as it's still going to be Asheville Tank's position here.
Yeah, and they're just doing what a Daredevil should at this point in time, which is just be able to kind of force the strategist and healers to move. And if you're moving, you're trying to avoid, you're trying to dip and dodge away, you can't really lay out the heals, and it allows the rest of the team to go to work. But again, answers are found here as the White Fox, known to be able to cause a little bit of damage, able to do so and take out the first pick. Villa Park will take the point directly back here, chasing Asheville back after just a couple land. That's all it really took. 50% up already for Asheville, though, so Villa Park's got a long way to go, but just one fight and suddenly they'll be in the lead, so they like their chances, especially after a big fight there early.
I gotta agree with it there. At 50%, it's not the end of the world. It starts to get a little nerve-wracking once we start getting to around that 75% plus. Because then one more turn, one more skirmish can definitely agree with the fight here. As we see Snips just going in yet again with the signature magic, finding a double and going Darkchild, looking for the triple, looking for the quad, is not going to be able to get it, unfortunately, there. But overall, a really strong performance.
Yes, it was. It was great tracking down, but unfortunately the rest of his team fell behind you. And that's like so difficult to try to swallow, right? It's like, I just like popped off. And again, that's where we see the differences and discrepancies between whether or not they're able to close out on these certain opportunities. Snips able to open up the door, but everybody falling again for Villa Park. It's Asheville that continues to get one after another, and despite Snips being there, it seems like they're able to ignore them just temporarily, be able to create enough space away from Snips to be able to then get the picks necessary so that way they can clean up the rest of the fight. It was super close even with that ultimate, but Asheville remains here on point. Villa Park did some damage. They were able to get up to 73%, but like I said, it can flip right back to Asheville, and now they're able to win just 1 or 2 fights, and they'll be the ones walking away with this first point.
Yeah, 100% here. It is best of 3, so in a worst case scenario, you will be able to go back, but you don't want to have to play on the back foot when you already are behind here, as it is 3-1 right now onto the point there. We are watching Max try to find their way in. Cloak and Dagger dropping the ult, going to make it a little easier for them to come in, but the Brute ult in response should be able to hold them back just a bit. I don't know who is going to win on this one. The Agamotto gonna come in. That's a 4-man stun onto the side of the tanks, but they are still up and alive right now. As we do see 2, 3 for the side of tanks to land. Make that 4 falling for the side of Villa Park, and we should be able to see this point shift to the side of tanks for the first round.
Yeah, that one's going to be a quick cleanup effort for sure. But again, Villa Park, they were super close. It seems like they're just that little tiny gap. They get on, but too late as well. And Asheville will walk away with the first round here at Celestial Codex. And to the Vault will go next. After it was the big moments, solo moments here for Villa Park. But that's what a cohesive unit can do over trying to create those solo plays and execute them. Because how good has Snips been? And we've seen Laufey also on the last rounds, or last map rather, do a whole bunch as well. But they seem to be disrupted enough from Asheville. They're able to keep their distance enough from the Magic as well to be able to fight them off. And that's why we haven't been able to see Snips finish that 5-piece. It was very much open to be a 5-piece, turns into a 3-piece and off the point because everybody else had fallen as well in a regroup for Villa Park anyways. So that's been the big difference maker. If Villa Park can work together, they can certainly take on Asheville. We've seen it's too close to call it at this point. But Asheville, again, just 1 point away from being able to take this.
Yeah, I gotta say, I was a little disappointed there that Snips wasn't able to secure all 6, all 5 there. And it just showed the cohesion of the team was just a little lackluster there. I think the support also got picked off as well, too. So just didn't have that little survivability, the little extra sustain to keep them going and finishing out that skirmish. But that's what really makes and breaks these fights here.
It certainly does. We'll see which way the first tilt will, well, tilt, if you will. Slakeaway gets the first one. And Meteor up here, try to break them out. So the Rogues got theirs as well, which will, well, if you're close and personal, you will catch a punch. And Villa Park caught four down at a time here for Villa Park, and Asheville takes it easily.
Yeah, really, again, nice work. Again, we've seen the tanks come out of the gate. Once they learn and adapt to their opponents, this second round is always very, very hard for the opponents.
Asheville's in the driver's seat now, so to speak. They've been doing everything right through the first couple of not only just maps but series in this tournament. It's becoming quickly a favorite of mine for sure, just from what we've been able to watch, and obviously favoritism because they've been on terrain. But listen, they have been doing everything right, even in the tight situations and scenarios where it seems like they should be chasing off, they've been perfect in maps plays, and this is a big reason why. Pickle is going to work again. There's one down already, and then the rest followed through. Slay Queen came out of left field on the spider web to be able to deliver 2 more here for Asheville. 3 and 4 down again from Villa Park. They're still not done as Rogue is in on the action too, and Awaken it. They're spawn camping at this point. That's the level of confidence we're seeing from Asheville.
Absolutely spectacular, absolutely amazing. You got to give it over to Slay Queen here, just layering on that extra amount of damage there to just find their mark and just being able to force Villa Park all the way back to spawn here, as we do see Lover switching over to Hulk here. I gotta say, we saw their Hulk last round and kind of showed off earlier, and I was kind of surprised that we didn't see it till now. But again, a good pick here overall, going to get onto the point, might be able to flip it here for the team if Asheville tanks don't get to realize it. And hey, they pick up the point, but now they have to reposition here. Hulk on the ultimate, so is going to refresh the health bar there. And hey, this might be what Villa Park needs to get themselves back into this game.
Massive, because I thought it was almost over at that point in time. Yeah, you had the point, but you were dropping, trying to get back to it there for Villa Park. So even though you flipped it, I thought it was going to immediately go back, but you got the Strange Portal already active and getting you back there to it for Villa Park. So that's what really got them right back. So once they were falling in the back line, it was Luffy that was able to lay a little bit of support from a distance, be able to dive off, dive back on, and then the portal opened it up for them to all dive on at once. So now they just completely flipped it. They said, hey, if you're going to spawn camp us, we're going to find solutions to get behind you. Like, we have a Strange. Right. You know that, right?
Right, 100%. And it was a great call there. And now with tanks on the back foot, they need to try to find their way back into this before they take this into Game 3.
Now they have the ability. The Eternal Bond is live if they want to be able to utilize it, or when they need to utilize it, rather. As Villa Park uses a couple of their own. Very expensive fight here for Villa Park. They basically laid it all on the line, but so has Asheville. And who comes out with this fight will be the one to take this point. Will it move on, or will be Asheville be able to close out the match? They're very low here. Try to be surgical with it. Great job to combine. They find a Slay Queen this time. And that's what I'm talking about. The White Fox coming up big, being able to locate when they were becoming a problem, taking care of that flank, and now it's 76%. And now it's Asheville that's going to be in desperation trying to get to this point.
Way better cohesion there from the team overall. And honestly, you got to give it to them being able to pick back up against someone like the tanks and being able to flip this back, this match on its head here.
Now one last battle. At least if you're Villa Park, that's the way you're viewing it. As if they drop this map, they'll be done, taken care of. Had one low, one stunned as well. Pickle's down. Now Nico will follow suit, as well as they're down. Slay Queen trying to get them on the backside too. Does drop one member. It was a Luna Snow as well, so they got one strategist down. That might even the grounds here as far as what we got, but a couple stun from Asheville there too, and Crimson doing the work. Hasn't been there in the kill feed very frequently, but now opens all of it up again. Overtime that low. I think might be going to third point. No, a Strange Portal open, and back at work we go, as Villa Park will be low themselves, trying to keep themselves alive. And now they have two ultimates as well from Asheville. This will flip again, all because because they did not give up. Still prevailing here on this point. Astros should be able to move it over. They do, and now they're the ones at 96%, looking to close it out now, almost at 99%, as Cole will do what they can, but I think it's a little bit too late here for Villa Park. Still being chased out, did a good job to survive for a long extended period of time, and now it's Bonus that jumps in the fate of both worlds. Will keep this pumping, but for how long?
Let's see, the ultimate about to fade away there. Now I have to step back. Emma Frost there as well to the overtime now on the side of the tanks, as we do see Love back here as well. But Nicosaur is going to be able to take down Max there. The Eye of Agamotto going to come down. I don't see anyone stunned there. Unfortunately, Saquon going to be able to find Chris, as now they are just falling one by one. The funnel not doing too much. Us against the world going to be the All Awaken, going to be able to find two with BG1's help there, and this can still be anyone's game, but now they find four, and now the Hulk goes down, and Asheville Tanks bringing it back from a double overtime yet again.
Getting it done. They'll take the series as well. And Villa Park, I mean, again, Asheville, by the skin of their teeth, they are never defeated. Like, now, at that point, we're like, hey, call it. Villa Park, they've done it. Like, they're on point, right. 99%. Here's overtime. Wait, overtime? You know, like, if we question ourselves, like, wait, how did they touch point? Oh, my goodness. All right, Strange Portal. Not only that, but the Strange Portal was placed directly on point, blocking view and getting your team on one way. So that way you also block line of fire in addition to that. That's like pro-level strats that we're seeing come out here in this high school competition. I love it. I'm here for it. And Asheville has done those things right, as well as the cohesion. And although Villa Park was able to put it together and show similar signs, it was just a little bit too late, Huey.
Yeah, just again, it's the same story that we saw in the first round, just too little, too late, and it is just unfortunate. But hopefully Villa Park can take it with them moving forward, and hopefully we get to see them again in the future.
All right. Well, I mean, great matches so far. Asheville's been thanking us for being able to feature them in this stream so far. A couple of back-to-back victories will send them to the semifinals now to go and face off with NHS Varsity. And on the other side, we're still awaiting that battle between MD Rivals and Frisco Falcons to see who will be facing off with LBHS as we move forward here in the bracket as well. Of course, those will be best of threes, and the winners of those will go on to the finals. And, of course, those many consideration points on the line here. You want to be able to bump yourself up in the power rankings, and that's what we will have in front of us laid out here on this channel. But don't go anywhere. You're watching the ESC Nationals 2026 Qualifier Series number 5. We'll be right back.
asleep with the sirens out. There's blood on my hands. Somebody save me from myself. I'm off of the meds and it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? Run for your life, cause it might get hideous. Why so serious? It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through? Hollywood person. Hollywood person. Ain't got no place to call my own. Feels like I'm better off alone. So sad inside and hopeless. These Hollywood hoes never notice. Can't get back up. I miss ya. Can't get back up. I miss ya. Somehow I woke up out in Beverly, fucked up, smelling like that bourbon. And I end up alone. I'm not certain. Yeah, the girls impolite in the club every night. That's how it goes when you Hollywood perfect.
We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always
the bass line. Pump up the pump the
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Superhero.
yeah. Love, yeah. You must walk on water, cause I'm drowning and you made it. Met you on the corner, first in love, it was payday. Candy colored nails, match the candy coated bands. I needed your contact, my eyes bugging out my head, cause you hot as shit. Nah, I just she African. Not no bottom bitch, top notch out of here. Love me like I love myself, love it when she smile at me. White teeth with a heart of gold, and I'ma put a diamond in it. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ring like the camera is free, when she calling me. Ring, 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 love calling me. Ain't gon' be a man to pick you up, you stay down for me. Eyes closed, arms out, flying. Red Bull, babe, give me wings, pilot. Girl, I love your voice, sound like love calling it. Love called again, and I ain't miss a call yet. And I ain't miss a call yet.
but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Oh yeah. Take you like a pill.
Huey and Bearlight back with you here at the ESC Nationals 2026 Qualifier Series number 5 for Marvel Rivals. We've made our way to the semifinals here at this point in time, and as we look at this bracket, we got to follow Asheville on that bottom side as it went 2-0, 2-0, but those were extremely close matchups regardless of what the score would tell you. The same thing applies across this entire bracket. Every single one a 2-0, but tells a totally different story altogether, Huey.
Oh, yeah, for sure. We got to follow the trail and the tournament run of the Asheville Tanks. We're going to take it to the other side now. We're going to go against, and we're going to get to see XPL Frisco Falcons against LBH's Agents of Bronco. I got to say, I love the little acronym there as well.
Yeah, for sure. Lake Belton showing some creativity and having some fun with it. That's what it's all about at the end of the day. Yeah, we got that semifinals about to line up right now for you. So excited to see this one. Again, another best of 3, and they're trying to make their way to the finals. Ultimately, again, started with that 12-team single elimination bracket. Only 2 will make the finals. And, of course, fighting for, those extra large power ranking bump that you get through winning these brackets, winning this a qualifier here. So we'll see which team can make it all the way through. Asheville's looked extremely strong, but NHS Varsity has also 2-0'd their way through. So that one's definitely one that we'll keep you updated on as far as the results go. But this one should be just about the same. And how about credit to Modern Day as well? Brought in 5 players and was still able to make it close, I guess, against the Falcons here, showcasing what they were able to do. But at the end of the day, Frisco Falcons ready, locked in, loaded here for this semifinals matchup too.
Yeah, and it's gonna be a close one for sure. But I want to touch and mention a bit here. We got 2 console players on the side of Lake Belton High. If I'm not mistaken, I think our first console players of the day too.
That's awesome. It's really showcases that Marvel Rivals for everyone, right? And I had a bunch of friends who also started out on console and are doing big things too, just like these players. And I never got to queue up with them because for some reason Marvel Rivals still doesn't do that with PC cross-platform on competitive for whatever reason. But regardless, we absolutely slayed when it came to unrated, and when it comes to competitions, both come together, right? So that no exception here on the ESC Nationals. That is super cool. First map looks like it's locked in. Of course, we go back to Convoy for the first map, as is tradition here in the best of 3. Looks like we'll go back to Midtown as well, a familiar one that we've seen so far today, Huey.
Oh, yeah. Finally, a little bit of a difference here. And it's exciting to see... Or excuse me, no, it is a little bit new because I was like, right, we're going back to Midtown, but no, it's going to be the Empire of Eternal Night. Still on the Convoy, we've seen a little bit of the meta shifting, but overall it hasn't been anything too different. But Bearlight, would you like to see some new characters, or maybe see something new come to light as we get into this draft pick?
So there's a lot that we've already seen today, like from the Asheville side, where it's been pretty standard as far as what you've seen. Even somewhat for the meta, but there are certainly other picks that I could see potentially working out here, and the Groot pick was one that I pointed out that did extremely well, but I really do like the dive strategy here, especially Convoy, where you can get to the back line where it's typically difficult to do that. Well, not at Midtown, especially in the first point taken here. We haven't seen Venom line up here, and maybe potentially that could be one area of attack that we haven't seen prior, but we'll have to see as we lock in these bans in Protects, because that's going to dictate whether or not you pick a certain character over another, obviously.
Right. As we do see the first bands coming in from the side of Frisco, it is going to be Cloak and Dagger for the first band. The keep will be Thor, as we are looking for their second band. Lake Belton High will be taking off the Star-Lord, and the Magic holding on to Gambit here. A little focus here on those vertical characters. Those that have mobility as well too, as it seems that Deadpool is going to be banned here. So again, another focus on mobility.
That's right. And of course, Cloak and Dagger off, so a strategist and then a Vanguard on that side too. When you ban the Deadpool, you're getting one of those options. Vanguard style is what they went with, and already kept the Thor as well, so we'll see how that plays in. Right now, Invisible Woman going to be kept here. And pretty standard, obviously. Invisible Woman's been relevant since the game's launch. Bucky on the other side, however, so Winter Soldier will get potentially some
Finally.
love there. I know it's been a while, and legitimately, Bucky gets a lot of play in pro play, and is still extremely powerful too. Packs that punch, plus the ultimate is deadly, especially if you can string a lot of them together.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, surprised we haven't seen a little more Bucky, but now that we're getting to the nitty-gritty things, if you guys are just tuning in, we are heading into our semifinal round. So we are, winner of this will be into grand finals. So a very exciting position to be for either team. But we're about in our top 4 here, so we're going to see the best of the best now.
Yeah, we sure will. We'll see what direction they go. Of course, we'll be seeing Lake Belton High School, as you can see at the indicated at the top of your screen, will be on the attack, as Frisco will be on the defense first. So it means that Frisco will be likely the ones that you're looking at right now will probably be kept because they got a long way to track to be able to set up their defenses here. So that being said, we'll see where they stick with here. Frisco was the one that banned the Thor against Lake Belton High School. So they'll be able to have that Thor. Starship will be playing that. Bucky will come out there, as you see already, as that will be a solid play, in my opinion. Looking just at the availability and as far as what the composition looks like. 3 Vanguards to 2 Strategists and 1 damage on the side of Frisco. So that's how they're going to set up their defense here to begin things.
Let's see. As we're just watching them break environment there, setting up positioning. Looks like they're just going to try to hold them as long as they can in this choke point here. A lot easier said than done with the composition that Belton High has, as we do watch Strange push down at the corridor. Shields on and open right now.
Doctor Strange to lead the way. And you can do so much with the thing as well.
Right.
Like, with the charge, that's going to create a whole lot of chaos, and obviously stunning the back line is something that you're looking towards, while also getting the shield to kind of be able to launch back in behind. You get so much to be able to track onto it too. The mobility from the thing is underrated because you're able to jump right directly in, swing some haymakers, jump directly back out, and give some support to your teammates too. And we just saw Frisco march out the back door because Lake Belton High School has occupied so much space with what they've been able to accomplish there too. As you see the Rogue going in.
As you see Rogue being able to steal Leech Life, some ability there, but getting very low and has to step back, has to respect it. The healer's keeping them afloat though. Really nice aim and firing there from the back line to keep the front line afloat as we are watching Lake Belton approach this first choke point here. They will find a 1 on the attack, so it is going to be a 5-6 situation right now.
But one down and be able to operate into it. Frisco doesn't seem too timid this time around, and that's exactly why. Holy cow. Ethan, please stop, is what Belton High is saying right now. He got in there in a hurry and able to just, Gambit is such a tough asset to go up against.
Huge 3-of-a-kind triple play there onto Ethan there. And now this is a very difficult position to be here on the side of Lake Belton. You'll got to get back towards the convoy, but this corridor, this choke point is extremely difficult here. And if you don't find a time reset, you may just fall to pieces here.
Exactly right when you think that you already gained that traction because you fell in that awkward spot in open space, it makes it easy for Frisco to operate. And obviously they want to push the convoy back, but maybe hold it here as well, as they do have good viewpoints from this too. But doing a great job here. Eye of Agamotto will be able to stun quite a few, and all the rest follow suit. 5 down for Frisco and Lake Belton High School. That should be enough to get them to the first point at least.
That was a very scary situation to be, but being able to kind of just bunker down, weather through the storm, find a 5-man stun, that is exactly what Belton High needs to keep themselves back into this game. Finds the first checkpoint, and then now we are pushing forward towards the second one.
does a couple of things, right? It gets you to the point, number one. Number two, it also opens up all sorts of ultimate econ right now. You've got 4 online already versus Frisco, who used quite a bit to be able to get into that first hold and hold them as long as they did. And now is when it operates. They're not going to be timid at all to pull these ultimates, and you're seeing exactly that from it. Plus the support from the Invisible Woman too. That's going to be double damage plus a little bit of sustainability on top of it, but it's being answered back directly, and you go and using the rest. Invisible Boundary out on cue here. One down though as they fall, and now it's the rest as Bucky ultimate, the Kraken impact, lands the first one, but taken out as Nova was able to read it all the way. Although Frisco has 2 stun now, 2 down, plus the Rogue extremely low. Somehow though, able to keep them alive was Gambit, but Ethan's catching a little bit of damage on his own. Frisco does stay alive here on the point, even with the squishies, with the strange in your face. So Frisco did everything well, all things considered.
Yeah, honestly, to be able to hold them down there and not just allow them to turn the corner and find that second checkpoint relatively easily, gonna find a reset there and able to weather through about 3 to 4 ults there. A really good performance on defense here. Going to now keep Belton High at bay. And again, there's gonna be a difficult choke point for Belton High to overcome. But if they're able to overcome this one, I would feel pretty confident in them being able to try to close this first round out. As, oh man, here we go, big psionic attack.
Yeah, Fear was the first one to pull them into it, but really it's a taste of your own medicine. As I thought Sir Tilted was in massive trouble whenever they did get that push from Angela right into the firing squad, right into the choke point, but they were able to bail out nicely, then use the Psionic Seduction to be able to pull in a couple. Although they didn't land as many as maybe they hoped, they were still able to just keep them at a distance in the meantime, but Fear has been really strong as far as trying to create that chaos and pull them back into it. Great looks and lines of attack have been executed. And yet still we find ourselves in a place where, like, Bilton already built up 2 more ultimates. And an Invisible Boundary comes back out to try to get them to it, but Starship denies. Once with that Thor, with the God of Thunder, and the rest are able to just kind of take it by storm quite appropriately enough. And still the hold continues here from Frisco.
Gotta say, Frisco, this hold in this choke point is a difficult one to have, but yet they're holding it flawlessly here. And really just an overall great job from them holding everything down. And that being said, it's only about a minute left for this first round here. If they're not going to be able to find a way through, it may be it here for Belton High. Oh, that might be the answer that they needed.
That was massive. That was one haymaker that took out 2 there for the thing. Link went to work pretty effectively here. So despite their holdbacks, and they're able to just massively get out that flank too, and that'll stagger them slightly here. So that'll allow Lake Belton to get close to where they need to be, and with the thing up close and personal, good stun there as well with 2. And now the rest, they get extremely low. But again, closing out is what you want to do, and they do it. Nicely done there from Lake Belton yet again. As they were holding, it was looking a little bit sketchy there, as it was good hold from Frisco, but only lasted so long. Lake Belton had an answer.
Really well played here to Link being the one to really just start holding things down and starting to set this momentum shifted to the side of Belton, and hopefully they'll be able to bring it all the way down to this third point.
We'll see how they can manage here. They started up and set it up well. Frisco wasn't quite able to manage or cool themselves down after the heat of the thing. Just looking and getting back into it. Good job for the side and the flank. But it is melted out here. Sir Tilted able to get away with it, but one stunned on the one side. Rogue is able to pop theirs, though, and 4 down for Lake Belton will spell trouble for them. And now Frisco is able to finally be able to stop the progress. Plus, they're under 50 seconds as well. So they did a lot of work from that first to second point, and it's certainly paying off, especially when you get a hold like that.
Right. Once you got to this moment, now you kind of realize how low Belton High is actually in terms of time. And it did take them a few moments to get that momentum going for them. So as long as Frisco can hold them for about another 30 seconds, force them into the overtime, you only have a few more skirmishes to have the first round fall to their side.
Snowy was able to pull that invisible boundary before they got stunned, so that was able to save at least one in the process, but it's a little bit different. Colt to keep that up. Clobbering Time was able to stun one, though. They are able to catch the Punisher right where they stood. And now it'll be a matter of staying on this point, staying on this convoy, because it's about to hit overtime, but you have 3 on point versus everybody down from Frisco. You're hoping that the rest here from Lake Belton can regroup and get on this before this next fight develops.
I should be able to. Only a few more meters around. They just need to get to this point. Relying on Lincoln to find that angle yet again. Doesn't have ultimate just yet at 16%. May not be able to get it at this time as we see Fear get a crazy flank on the side of Frisco.
That was huge. That'll open the door a little bit. Are they still on point? Yes, they are still on convoy. And now they're behind them as well, and they didn't realize that they were just trying to escape their own.
Right.
But the Punisher Final Judgment was able to land 2, so they'll have 4. And now you can stagger in. You feel a little bit more comfortable, but not enough, I don't believe. Nope. Down to 2 meters. Now on. Able to hold for now. Keep that in mind, but Juarez will break them through. The stagger was not enough. The 2 that you landed from Final Judgment, not able to hold them off of 3 points taken with overtime looming. So they'll get that minute left on the other side. Is it enough, though? Frisco held strong there defensively between the first and second, and obviously that's the talking point here because Frisco's defense then eventually weren't able to hold ultimately, but they did kill that clock.
Oh, yeah, definitely for sure. And honestly, sometimes you're really just looking for that. When the push gets a little too aggressive or too strong there, sometimes you're really just looking to wear out the clock. Because if you can match the attack or actually perform it a little better and keep yourself at least 30 seconds to a minute ahead, you have that much more advantage when it gets into overtime.
So now we go and switch sides and see if Frisco can do the same. And march it down the way that they were able to hold for an extended period of time was great. But Lake Belton, the way that I feel like they were using their ultimates together in tandem a little bit better than Frisco was able to. Those holds were just a matter of winning fights by being able to isolate their fights as well. And I think, you know, that'll go a long way in a lot of situations and scenarios, and you have to do exactly the same, but you almost have to be a little bit more clinical and surgical with those one-on-one fights and picking those when you're on the attack side. It's going to be all about trying to get behind, just like, you know, you typically would anyways, but it's even more so important that you land those and get those, and that the strategists on the other side do not get pulled away. You got to be able to hold strong in that fashion here, both on the attack and for yourself as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And out of the gate right now, Frisco trying to get away from this corner. I think getting a little faster down this corridor than Belton did, but Belton gonna find the first kill there.
Try to pick it up. They're up close, just trying to poke it away at this point in time. You see Chunky from that distance with Bucky. Nova does get the first pick, though, opens it everything up, and you see Frisco kind of realizing, recognizing that, and falling back to try and just regroup at this point in time. Mines will be reset and ready to go here for Fear, who makes an interesting switch for sure over to... And you pointed out before as well, Penny Parker might be a good choice for the first time around. That's what we're seeing here from Lake Belton.
Right.
One is stunned, though, but that's a good point to kind of make here.
Yeah, and you always got to mention the Penny Parker, it is always about the electrical traps and where you put the generator right now. And if we are watching, this is a pretty difficult point to find their way in. But as soon as I say that, we do see that Sir Tilted finds a point onto the generator, almost securing it, but unfortunately not going to be able to finish it. And now just has them in a pretty good spot so far.
In the trenches is where this is going to win. A team's going to win and find success here. If you're Frisco, that's what you're looking to do. Your flanks have been good enough, but you know, at the same time, the adjustments have been made accordingly. If you're able to kind of stay on point, it doesn't matter what you do from a flanking perspective as long as they can kind of sustain anyways. The Gambit ultimate is out, so this will look to try to open things up for Lake Belton on this particular fight, and that's just going to make it even more difficult for Frisco to find any kind of traction here, even with the Venom. Not much they can do to try to get it around. His team has denied entry, but the Gambit on the other side as well. All this is really doing, though, it's a lot of chaos, but for Lake Belton, that's what they want to kind of play into here, as they're really just killing clock.
And it seemed that the defense was very well for the side of Belton, but finally, Frisco able to get themselves around the corner. Gotta give it to both teams, though, able to really hold down this first choke point pretty well.
Yeah, that was well executed for sure. Down to minute 38. Now it's time for Lake Belton to continue and get back on and try to challenge in. See how deep they can really hold Frisco. Frisco needs almost perfection through the next couple of points. It's been that much time killed off the clock, man.
It is definitely going to be a very tight situation here for them. Dai Agamotto going to go down. Not going to find a lot of, or find enough members there, as it is going to still stay to Frisco being up. Invisible Fortress going up. As we do here, Belton looking for a strike, gets one. Misses the second strike there, but this might be the defense that Belton needs to hold him at this point.
Yeah, they had 2 down here. They only lost the Bucky in the process. They took out a Bucky and an Invisible Woman as well. So that's looking really strong for them too. Plus, you're able to dive right back out here. And Link will manage behind this. Just using that ambulance's natural cover is excellent. Because right when they come around, you just lay out a punch. You're able to swing around regardless. This is great. Looks here for Lake Belton. But you open up one. There's an ultimate use. It's going to be expensive, but they will at least get 4 down. Yep, 4 down here for Lake Belton. So Frisco, with 20 seconds left, will finally be able to make the point, reset the clock, but 2:45 to push to the second one.
Yeah, another tight checkpoint there, but will be secured at the last final moments here. Let's see if Frisco can use this momentum to kind of get through a quicker second checkpoint here for their team. Or does Belton have the answer here and will be able to keep them at the second checkpoint?
All about the anti-dive. They've been really good at it right now, but they haven't changed much since they switched over to Venom and have had the Thor ever since they started. Starship has been on that, so just being able to kind of deny that when it happens, but that's going to be very difficult. The thing goes down, but Venom did too, somehow. So not able to sustain your dive in that instance. Maybe got a little bit too aggressive. I wasn't able to see what happened there, but that's pretty difficult pill to swallow. Invincible Pulse Cannon, oh no, that's just Fear going back line to try and capture a couple more, and the Iron Man is able to just cause them to second guess themselves, essentially, and Frisco having to regroup with such little time.
Yeah, little difficult there, overall, to say the least, but still going to be able to keep the defense here up. Frisco having a difficult time really finding that momentum to keep finding this aggressive push here.
And I thought he was geared up to use this Invincible Pulse Cannon, but he said, I'm just going to wait until they all group up and get behind him and then potentially be able to use it. We'll see when it comes out, if it does. Invisible Boundary will keep it at bay, at least for now, but the fate of both worlds will keep them alive in the process. Only one still continues to be with them and laid out, and Fierce remains behind them. Pulse Cannon wasn't able to connect on it, and that will be opportunity lost, it feels like. Frisco with the opportunity, but they're being pressured, and one will go down. Starship got a little bit ahead of themselves there with the Thor, and now it's just a matter of being able to choose your picks and take care of them. Sir Tilted is going to have a difficult time trying to get out as this Emma Frost, but shield was just enough to get them tucked behind that corner before they fall too, but time, precious time, ticking off the clock as they regroup.
Yeah, it's difficult that they keep finding one, but they don't force the funnel here because they can't fully find a secure to really lock down the entire team here. So being able to grab 1 or 2 is great, but without gaining any advantage from it, you're losing a lot of ground than what you're gaining. So looking at the ultimates as well too, it is 1-to-1 right now. I'm not too sure what Frisco will be able to do here, but we're about to find out.
And there you go. 3 down here for Lake Belton. Frisco has just an open door, and that's all they can ask for right now. And look at that targeting as well.
Nice shooting, Tex.
Beautiful. I mean, that was 3 to 4 headshots back to back, and much needed to be able to take them off points so you can start to finally move in the right direction, hit W, and maybe continue on. I guess there's a lot of console players, so hold up on your stick as well.
As they do push forward here. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop them before, but they are definitely going to try. On the run here, is going to be able to find a heal. Doesn't have the maximum pulse just yet, but is putting down the DPS where needed.
Oh, they were tracked as well, though. And now you've got Wars right behind you, just trying in desperation to keep them off the point or keep them from being able to get there. And now it's the 2 meters. Yes, they were fought off just long enough. Frisco, I mean, enough fuel in the tank and enough heart for all of us here to be able to push it. And now a minute 30 to try to get it all the way.
Never back down, never give up. Frisco able to find a second checkpoint there. A difficult one, to say the least, but still able through, just with their grit and determination, able to find it. And then now hopefully this momentum will give them what they need to finally find this game one to their side.
And Lake Belton High, now they've got to get out of this habit of staggering in. I know it is what you're trying to do to be able to manage and hold off, but now they've been able to regroup. And even though one falls, it's just Nova. Nova, again, as that tank, or Vanguard rather, it's just not really that big of a deal because they can get right back into the action. Plus, they already have a little bit of coverage too. Invisible Boundary out here for Lake Belton High. Now you can operate in good faith here and keep yourself on this point as things develop into this late-term push with 27 seconds remaining.
Well, looking really nice here for the side of Belton High. They're able to find 3. Nice bobbing and weaving from Iron Man. As is this going to be enough to hold Frisco back here, as they are now just wiring. They're going down to the wire right now. Only about 10 seconds left here for the side of Frisco to finish this attack.
Raptor, great decision to be able to peel off number 1 because you had some attackers behind you just trying to catch it by surprise and be able to move the convoy forward. Plus, you're able to get that damage out in front as well and deny it even further. Strange Portal will try to keep them at it as you see them right off the spawn, but it also works both ways, ladies and gentlemen. You can also spawn camp as they come through, and you know exactly where that point of attack is going to come from. The overtime temporarily alive, still on it, but Lake Belton finishes the job just before the last point, and they will be the ones to walk away here with this map number 1. Lake Belton dives deep into the tank. Frisco, good showing though, and showed some heart, but just fall a little bit short.
It seemed very difficult for Frisco to mount the assault that they really needed. The defense just so well over, and then the MVP gonna be going to Snowy Chills there.
There you go. Snowy was, I mean, there was timely moments there where that was just the exact answer that you needed. You needed to stall just a little bit longer, be able to pop onto Fate of Both Worlds a little bit earlier on, but then we saw the switch over as well over time. Emma Frost was a problem for them for a while as Frisco was lining up, and you know that shield was something to work around, especially in those choke points, but they're able to do it. And Cert Tilted, unfortunately, for a moment became a little bit of tilted as they weren't able to kind of work their way forward for the rest of it. So they, again, were looking to really establish themselves, but I thought they did a great job regardless across the board to be able to use Invisible Boundary when needed. There was just so much that was happening in that flanking space that made it a little bit difficult, but they made the right decisions as well as far as when they need to be aggressive versus when they needed to peel back, and I thought that was a difference in this map number 1.
100%. I think that's what really gave them the win there. Bolton High just being able to really just set things right and keep finding success in these skirmishes and just getting more out of the advantage than Frisco was able to, unfortunately. And hey, that's just how it goes sometimes, as we are going to be moving over to the next match. I wonder if we're going to see any shifting of the picks here.
Yeah, I know. I think, you know, it's a matter of, does anybody want to kind of move anybody off that Bucky for now? I felt like both ways got some value, but the ultimates didn't seem very effective. There was never a chain reaction here because a lot of it was spread out. A lot of flank opportunities certainly manifested himself, but in domination it becomes a whole different story as we head into the map number 2. It's kind of an interesting conversation. I thought Bucky was extremely strong, but you never want to really you know, you got to pick one route as far as which way you want to ban. For me, I thought there was so much value on the tank side for Lake Belton that maybe Vanguard becomes the route that you start to ban quite frequently. I mean, the thing was like, I think it was like 41-9 or something like that. As far as like KD goes, like that's a problem. I don't care. I don't care about the objective. Like that just in itself is a problem.
41-9 and 15, by the way. 34,000 damage done, 51,000 damage blocked as well. So yeah, no, a huge issue to have to deal with. But the thing is, it's like if you don't have an answer from either or, so you could ban one and you still have to deal with the other. If you don't have an answer for the other, what's really your options then there?
And as far as being able to kind of take away that dive, it might hurt a little bit, but maybe steering away from the Thor might be a good idea. You know, it's just you don't get a whole lot from that as far as being able to. I know it feels like you should be able to get in like a good anti-dive going on, or at least be able to at least backline support with it. But I feel like, you know, the 3 Vanguard option just didn't quite muster enough damage. I feel like one must switch over to the damage side of things to move into the next one at the very minimum, or at least bring in like a third support where you can get a little bit more damage. But it's so tough to say. I think they targeted the Bucky well, who was the only one that really had that high level of damage output consistently. The Gambit as well actually did, so I don't want to discredit them either. So I don't know. If you're going to fully commit, I feel like the 3 Vanguard 3 strat must be it, or go to the 2-2-2 into the next one for Frisco. It just needs to change slightly. There's nothing too inherently wrong, because once again, we find ourselves in a situation where the match has been so close, where any drastic movements, you have to be very confident in if you want to move in that direction.
Yeah, it's really just a few minute changes that just need to shift to their way. And honestly, they'd be good to go. So I'm excited, and I'm still curious as to see what those shifts are. Whether it is to ban and go for the ban against the Bucky, pick the Bucky, or even ban or possibly steal the thing away from Belt on High. As we are loading into the next round, we may be finding that answer very soon.
One thing that we can't ignore either is going to be the Invisible Woman either could potentially become a ban early. I mean, 59,000 healing is outrageous. Not to mention, you know, if you get that much healing, number one, on an Invisible Woman, and then the Invincible boundaries that we saw as well against Frisco, like Frisco had issues with that. Like there's a couple of ultimates that we saw completely nullified, taken off the board because of that. So maybe that early
taking away the checkpoints was a huge factor there for them. So that's 3 points there that they need to work on, and a lot easier said than done, especially on the flip side here when you're in between the games.
That's right. Lake Belton got the first ban. They weren't too concerned. Like they felt like they had a good running there. They just take the magic off the board early. It's Gambit. Gambit's gonna be taken off, and I get it. Like the amount of damage that you get, and just like you want to take out a strategist. I mentioned the Invisible Woman failed to see the vision of the Gambit ban there early from Frisco.
No, 100%. But honestly, Gambit was doing a fantastic job in the last round as well. So I kind of understand where this is going. And as you have your own Invisible Woman player as well, you don't want to kind of take away from yours. So we take away the Gambit and see how that goes. As Magic is going to be the ban there for Belton, as their keep is going to be the Bucky, which I feel this is a great pick for them. And it kind of forces Frisco to kind of now try to the only way now to really handle the situation is to attack the strategists and their tanks.
Yeah, that's right. And Bucky, the one to do that, in really, that was that area of emphasis I was talking about, right? In the trenches, like where those battles look like. And Bucky's always there, right? Being able to find that and just, again, cause so much. You get just so much value out of the kit for doing that. So that's the keep there. They also will ban out the Starloid, which we saw from Frisco pretty regularly there. In fact, all the way through that first map. Cloak and Dagger on the other side going to be the ban. So again, strategy seems to be the way that they want to get rid of, plus while maintaining the Thor from Starship. And I think it might just be like, you know, Starship is a solid Thor. They just happen to target it this time. Plus Domination might be a little bit different. You can get some value with Thor there. So I'm interested to see how they'll play out, knowing that Starship is going to be able to have and operate with that Thor if they can get some value. Meanwhile, the Doctor Strange is going to be kept there on the other side. Also extremely underrated. It's very easy to forget about some individuals popping off, especially when there's 6 per side. Doctor Strange did a great job also, and it seems obvious because you know, if you're having success in the ESC qualifiers, you know it's because it's a full ditch effort, and Nova Star will be right back on that Doctor Strange. You can almost guarantee it.
And there's the ban right there that I wanted to see. Last ban will be the Strange. And overall, Frisco did a pretty good adaptation in this draft pick here. Overall, I'm excited to see what else they're going to bring to the table here, as it looks like Fox is going to be picked there, and followed by Thor, Venom, and Bucky, Invisible Woman, and Magneto for the side of Frisco.
That's right. So no Groot, no Thing. So Thing off the table as well. And yeah, Venom looking to be the pick here. We'll see if anything switches up, but Jeff makes total sense here as well.
Right.
Same with the Strange. Magneto also finally like a bit of like not as relevant as we've seen in the past, but the one place that you can get a lot of value from it is certainly right here. Frisco knows this, and Sir Tilted going to be on that Magneto as well to kind of kick things off. Venom, so that's 3 Vanguards on the side of Frisco, so they're going back to the 3-1-2 type of look, as the strategist will be too, with the White Fox also on the side of Frisco. Iron Fist, so looking for more of the dive here from Belton High. So very familiar of first match that we actually saw to kick off the day in the round of 16. Represents itself here as Lake Belton more so on that dive.
I couldn't agree more. And I'm excited to see what the Iron Fist here brings to the table. As we're just seeing a little overspray of the jet deal here. I really enjoy this here. Just keeping everyone at bay and keeping everyone afloat. As we do see a first blood there for Lake Belton. Visible Women able to find Bucky.
And Lake right behind them too. And you see now, even though they were stunned there, actually they will eventually fall. So a great job from Raptor to realize that and be able to nullify it. But it is a 1-for-1 trade ultimately. There's no gained ground here from Frisco. Lake Belton High School continues to just be able to be in a more open spot here, but also look at Frisco's a little bit far forward. They're very confident in their ability to be able to match 1-for-1 on this point, and it shows, as Link is in very much a danger zone here. Used a little bit of the mobility, but you're only going to make it so far, as Ethan will follow the rest with the back-to-back knocks, eliminations, and Frisco will take first point, and we'll start to look to march a little bit forward to make sure Lake Belton can't get to the point where they were looking for. It's a clinical first fight there for Frisco.
Sure. As we saw Belton get the first kill there, Frisco just able to sustain, keep themselves afloat, and find themselves to secure the point here. I'm a little concerned on how Belton's going to try to approach this. We do see the flank coming in, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with it, as the Fox ult going to go off as well too for the side of Frisco.
And that'll hold them in place temporarily. Wars and Nova break out from that invisible boundary to be able to capture the focus in multiple directions now is where Frisco will have to look. Lake Belton High School does a great job to just one after another had a game plan coming in. It stuck to it as Raptor gets the last pick there. It will force Frisco down with the rebound.
Yeah, again, really finally able to find the offensive stance that we were talking about, or what we mentioned in the draft pick here. It's finally coming to fruition here, and Belton able to flip it pre 50% too as well too. So I think overall you can't ask for much more.
Lake Belton High School, after losing the first fight, didn't get nervy. They stuck with the same composition, didn't move. Heroes very confident in their approach because they knew that they could get something. Psionic Seduction as well to pull them forward, but can they gain the value? Not sure how many Jet picked up, but I do know the Meteor did land one, but Eye of Agamotto will stun them in place. Raptor gets the first one. Now the Bucky can just feed from here on out. That's 3 from Raptor here at this point, as everybody falling for Frisco.
Really nice work there. Belton finally getting their groove on and back, and now getting past the 50% mark. Hopefully just a few more skirmishes and they'll be able to secure the deal here.
Yeah, sure enough. Operating from a grand place of confidence. Early from Lake Belton High, who, if you're just joining us, won the first map here in this series on Convoy. And now looking to gain it on here, but Raptor will fall. Now that's a good answer back. You want to be able to operate quickly, and I feel like that's what Fresco was able to do here. Plus, they're going to have the White Fox with their ultimate as well, breaking in, which should pull them into place as well for the rest of the team to come around. Look as they pounce on them continuously, not only laying out damage, but also being able to heal them as they are able to occupy and create space of their own on points, and that's when the rest follow suit. It develops a little bit slowly, but that White Fox ultimately does some big work.
Yeah, finally, again. And it seems as soon as all hope is lost here, Frisco able to find a fresher breath air here. And they continue pushing forward and get themselves, and find themselves back in this first round here. Although Belton High only at 98% for completing the point. If one or two more skirmishes go their way, they should be able to lock it in for this first round.
Iron Fist behind them. Eye of Agamotto going to try and stun. We'll see how many they get here. Not very many. And now Ultimate just being absolutely labeled both ways. And Jeff's got you. Look out. War's going to spit you out. And how many did he land? Count them, just one, as two were able to jump back on for mobility. No, actually one did eventually fall. The Magneto was just trying to keep himself alive. Yep. Not enough, as Lake Belton will take it here. The first point in Hell's Heaven. The Frozen Airfield belongs to Lake Belton.
A very back and forth game, to say the least, but Belton able to secure and stop that momentum shift and burst that Frisco found at least twice within that last game. One step away to closing this out and being the first team sitting in grand finals.
Exciting times for Lake Belton High School. LBHS, if you will, on the bracket. Has worked their way in with good faith and able to make quick work of their opponents throughout the bracket. And no exception here. It seems like for Frisco, they want to be able to prove me wrong here. But right now, they haven't shown me quite enough here. For me, to feel like they've got that opportunity. Yes, they've been close, but Lake Belton just seemed to be able to perform even when it seems like Frisco has them cornered. It's very funny how we're seeing a lot of trends and how things are very similar between these matchups. They also have the ultimate economy too. You have just one on the side of Frisco that's actually, you got a couple that are coming up in close here for Frisco, so it'll be about even here on this first match as you carry them on to the second point. We'll see how it develops here as things get going on the Super Soldier Factory here, the second point of this Frozen.
We are headed over into that could what possibly be our final round here. Frisco, if they have anything to say about it, they're going to make sure that it isn't, as the Invisible Fortress goes up right now for the side of Belton, and Frisco taking a lot of damage right now in this opener.
Yeah, that was an early horn that they caught there, and Fear was able to follow up on the rest too. So Fear is getting out there with the Angela and showcasing just how mobile and how deadly you can be. You're not just pulling opponents towards your team, you're also laying out damage in the process, which makes it very difficult for escapability, no matter what the mobility looks like. So that'll continue on too. They had one from Lake Belton getting a little bit proactive, but that was the Angela that will fly back right on cue. It's Fear, who was just kind of creating a little bit more time, and before you know, it's already 28% here for Lake Belton High.
Yeah, and already using that momentum from round one to just kind of continue pushing forward here. Frisco already on the back foot here, but we do see Ethan with the ultimate. Let's see if they're going to be able to do anything with it, though.
It's a great tool. Now two ultimates out here for Frisco. Want to be able to create and occupy. Starship, 1, 2, 3, 4 down for Lake Belton High School in a matter of what was 1.5 seconds. It felt like Starship does the rest, and Lake Belton will have to regroup and be forced to, as the point has been flipped here ultimately, as Frisco doing a great job to answer. Now their goal is to make sure that Belton High School can't get the immediate answer, which we've seen plenty of times before.
For sure. and it's still holding on to 3 ultimates to 3. Belton already halfway at the point. They're going to have to try and figure some way back onto this point without burning all their ultimates, because then they'll just be at a disadvantage here, as they are able to find Wars Carrito before he goes crazy and away with the rest of the team.
Massive, as everybody then just basically just falls right on the point, like, oh, what happened? All right, we're back live. Not on the edge this time. That's great. Yeah, great nullification of an ultimate by Frisco in that moment. So well executed to be able to utilize. You know, you want to be able to make sure that your ultimate gets value. One way to do that is by nullifying another. I like that recognition ability to be able to take them out in that play. Be able to give yourself an opportunity here if you're Frisco. Trying to prove me wrong is right, as they've been doing a great job of exactly that.
Oh man, here we go. As you see, Ella coming in strong, putting down the fear of God themselves as they find the dive here onto the back. Looking at 2 right now. Ethan on the run, as it seems like they're just going to set their sights here over on it to Bandito. And now the rest of the team coming to help out, support them.
Up to 77%. It's Link up close, personal, but catching damage behind you. I don't know how they stayed alive. Credit the strategist, but only temporarily, as Ethan finally finishes the job there. Maybe it took them a little bit longer than they hoped for if you're Frisco. So now Lake Belton High School has flipped the point. They've got it up to 65%. Now their availability, they've got too low, but also on the other side too, as that was the Deadpool swinging around, getting Nova off this point. And Raptor will also finish Starships. And Frisco's in a difficult spot, too. It's Jeff coming right back at you. Now they collect a couple. Are they able to get off the edge this time? They do take one with them, but yeah, that is enough as Raptor does swing around and get a couple. Snowy will finish as well. And now Frisco, difficult spot here as they've been taken out. And it looks like they might have done enough, Huey. 95%. They'll need one last dive. It's the Strange Portal. One last fight we go.
Let's see, overtime locked in right now, but you can just see Fear flying and just locking everything down and just holding them back at bay. The God of War themselves just looking fantastic here. As Raps are able to find 1, Nova be able to find 2, make that 3 altogether, make that 4 for the side of Belton, as it's only 2 more members left on on Frisco's side, as we just watched the dive again from Fear, only God. And now it is Frisco that is put on the fear here, 2-0 on the side of Belton High, and they are going to be moving to Grand Finals.
First team, there you go. First team in the finals for the ESC Nationals 2026 Qualifier Series number 5 will be Lake Belton High School, with a strong efforts from everybody. And again, it's so difficult to choose an MVP. Raptor could be named it. I mean, there were so many others as well, but enjoy that in-game call-out at the very least here for sure. They've been fantastic. Lake Belton High moving on here after, again, Frisco kept it interesting. How many times have we seen 2-0s that were just that close to being able to flip on its head? Frisco had some good looks there. A couple of 3 pieces from Sir Tilted and Starship as well. Just not enough to be able to manage all the rest either. They even won like the max healing game, did Frisco, but just not able to quite find enough.
100% there. Looking at terms of damage as well too, kind of was keeping up with it too, but then you highlight and you look over at Fear Only God with 22,000 damage there, 23, 4, and a 9 KDA. Overall, just a slight outperformance there for the side of Belton High, but it's enough to push them forward and to make and have a good step forward in the Grand Finals.
All right, well, there you have it. It's the semifinals will march on the other side of the bracket as well. We'll see if we have any updates from that too here momentarily as we look at things. Let's take a look. Hey, look, let's bring it right on. All right, NHS Varsity moving on, beating Asheville, who again we thought looked incredibly strong. We loved what we saw out of Asheville, but no, it'll be NHS moving to the finals up against the Lake Belton team here for the finals. I'm excited.
I am too, especially for the team that we've watched pretty much all day go 2-0 kept it very close matches, but still kept it clean. So Varsity able to take them out without Tanks able to secure a point. I'm excited to see what Varsity brings to the table against the Agents of Bronco, which are coming up very soon.
That's right. Matchup is already listed, so it won't be very long, but we will take a quick break as we set things up here for qualifier number 5's final here at ESC Nationals 2026. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, it is finals time now for the qualifier series number 5 at ESC Nationals 2026, presented by Valhalla Esports and XP League as well for Marvel Rivals. Huey and Bearlight with you all day long, and it all comes down to this. Lake Belton High School, Agents of Bronco, facing off with Norwalk High School Varsity. Huey, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, we definitely are. We're going to see the now best of the best here in finals, and we gotta give it our love and of course big shout outs and GG's to everyone who participated today. But it is now time to focus. We were able to see a bit of Belton High School come up and step up to the plate last game. We did watch a lot of excuse me, the tanks come in and have a lot of fun. But we're now going to watch the team that took them out, which I was going to say was pretty much a crowd favorite if I've been following the chat properly. So honestly, very surprised that Asheville is not here.
I am as well. Norwalk certainly earned their way in, but Asheville was something, a force to be reckoned with. So that is certainly a storyline here as Norwalk walks into this one, and certainly a lot of a lot of talents here. We talked about it all the time. A lot of Celestials throughout this. Eternity player and map who we're certainly going to eyeball in this finals too to showcase just how they were able to get past Asheville. And for the first time, we'll also see convergence. It won't be right here, but because it's a best of 5, means we're guaranteed 3 maps. It'll go Convoy, Domination, Convergence, back to Domination, then back to Convoy to close out if we need those last 2 for the best of 5, as we see the bands locking in now.
As we are just a few moments away. We do see Hulk going to be banned out there for Orange side, as we do see the keep over for Belton will be the Bucky. We did see how well they performed and piloted the Bucky last game.
No doubt.
So that is a great pick there. We're going to see the Thing, also Gambit banned, as we see Punisher going to be kept. The final or the second ban for the side of Belton will be Group.
Group banned out, and the keep is going to be Invisible Woman. So that checks out from what we saw from Lake Belton High School from the last one, right? And
we're looking for the last one here. Where do you think they're going to be going?
Got the Moon Knight
it looks like we get our answer.
Yeah, Moon Knight with the keep, and now they got a ban, and I imagine it might be another strategist here at this point in time because they're able to cap a couple. No, it's a damage. So they banned 1 of each role, which is interesting. The Namor going to go down for, won't be available for Lake Belton.
Interesting. Let's see which way this last ban is going to go. And honestly, I'm not too sure. And maybe a little more focus onto the tanks here. It may also be a Vanguard ban.
Yeah, and I'm interested about the Namor too, right? Because it's like Yggdrasil. Okay, like there's there's slight building play where you can maybe get some value out of it, but I feel like the Namor maybe thrives in other places a little bit more. But they banned it out regardless, and then Cloak and Dagger, the last ban, that was Lake Belton, on to Norwalk High School. So no Cloak and Dagger, no Namor, and we'll see who they lock in here. As defending first will be Lake Belton High School. So Norwalk wants to make a statement piece right out the gate, quite literally, as they'll be able to attack first.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, kind of nice change of pace here. As we do get to Yggdrasil, and I'm honestly excited to see what Belton brings to the table here, and how confident or how much is this first game needed between these teams. Do you feel whoever gets game 1, could we kind of be seeing the champion, or are we going to be going to a full game 5 here?
This is obviously, you know where my heart's at. I want to see some good matchups here as far as like a 5 map goes. That would be awesome. However, the trending part of the bracket also on the opposite side of the coin suggests that it's incredibly important to get the first map because it seems to carry over. That said, we haven't seen this matchup yet. And now we'll get to, right off the rip, We'll see if Norwalk can make a statement piece here. I think it's a crucial first map. You never want to be behind in chasing, although I don't think it's going to be the end-all, be-all. We'll see how they approach. And right now, it is just right down Broad Street. That's how we're going to approach it, even with the Onk behind them to cause more damage on the way out. Norwalk has taken this by storm.
I like this approach here. We're just going to come right out the gate and just push forward a very front-to-back approach, but in an overall normal study, or excuse me, in a normal hero shooter, this is exactly what you're going for most of the time in compositions.
That's right. Continue to try and at least keep them at an arm's length here, and also through that small little choke point through that door, unless you want to swing around the other way. So they have already gotten it here, and a lot of time still left here as they make this first push. 3 minutes left, but again, it's just one after another falling. They do a great job of targeting the strategist first, but then like the amount of focus they have on which targets they're bringing and going after has been clinical already out the gate for NHS.
Yeah, and honestly, this is what gives them that momentum, and already pushing through the first point relatively easy and with plenty of time on this second point.
Now you'll have that high ground from the bridge if you want to be able to utilize that. Otherwise, it's kind of just a back and forth game between the buildings, right side, left side, or just march it down like they did the first point. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But Snowy's getting a lot of value here too with the Jeff. And that allows Raptor to be confident in his ability to be able to just do exactly the same. Maybe a taste of their own medicine from Lake Belton High School. This second point hold looking a lot stronger as you see a little bit of timidness, which we haven't seen from Norwalk, at least not this far.
For sure. And finally, Belton able to kind of get a pause here and finally stop this momentum shift that was going, that seemed pretty unstoppable here for the side of Norwalk. Let's see what their response is here as they have to reset, as we see the Khonshu ult just raining down, finding a double kill.
Well played. Right when they teamed up too, right when they like bunched up as well. You know, they pull, you don't even need to pull them together all the time, although that might be part of the equation here momentarily. As this Chef came out, but they were able to get to him. Yeah, there's nothing of value to show for from that It's Chef.
It's a little unfortunate there, and that's going to be an ultimate out of the arsenal there too, as Lake Belton on the back foot here on the defense, as we see Norwalk High School finding that momentum and regaining that momentum and just continuing to push forward. As we see the Armored Dangerous and the Eye of Agamotto going through, can Belton find the defense that they need to reset this momentum for the second time this match?
And it was the fate of both worlds that it kept them at least pumping, and only one dropped because of it. So Lake Belton, a decent ultimate. You want to be able to keep all three, but it was good enough to keep them on point and use a few ultimates of their own. The copy, it's the God of Mischief coming out from one side too. The Bucky will have their ultimate as well. And Raptor finishing off. And finally, NHS has been held in this second point. So there's still a lot of time, but I think regardless of that, I think Lake Belton needed at least a step to be able to be confident in their ability to go up against this NHS team, especially after that first point favored NHS so heavily. So it's a great mental process in their mind, in my opinion.
For sure, and right now, this is exactly what they need to kind of keep everything going their way. But again, we're watching Norwalk High School again of finding that momentum fall to their side. But finally, I think they finally are finding the pause and the defense that they need to hold them back. But as I say that, we're watching, Strange get sliced into Sushi. And then now it's on their own. That's going to be 3 kills there for the side of Norwalk as they are just breaking through Belton's defenses yet again.
We wanted to eyeball map for this map, and we've gotten a good showcase of it. A lot of it has to do with the Onk, too. Like, the Khonshu landed a couple when they grouped up, but, like, also just the placement of that was able to land 2 in that last sequence and landed 3 in the earlier one when they were out the back door already. He really knows how to take an opportunity, like smell blood in the water and be able to take advantage of that. That's what makes Map so effective, and probably a big reason why he's Eternity rank here in Marvel Rival.
Yeah, you can see the reason as to why they are so far in it to the upper echelons of rank. And overall, just the momentum has shifted a few times, but Lake Belton really not finding that secure defensive position that we've seen, that we saw them in earlier rounds.
And I don't want to go as far as to say it's just like a little bit of patchwork to try to like at least stall temporarily. But that's what it seems to be when we look at the clock here, because now you see them march, and this is not even a situation where they're that far around. Look at the hold there from the Emma Frost as they do take out one from that exchange, but still trying to bounce back from it. And it doesn't seem like they can hold off for an extended period of time. A couple of sequences, maybe they Tim fix it. And now the hold becomes even more important and very difficult to do here in this open space. This should allow them to go to work, especially with their composition. That's what we're seeing here from this NHS squad.
Looks good, and it's been a good for so far. Shots landing for the side of, for Goose here. That's going to be 3. That's going to be 4. That's going to be 5. Looking for one more. That's going to be the ace, and I think they're going to be able to walk this horse in and find this first 3 points for this first round.
The invisible boundary, unfortunately, for Lake Belton High School came out too late here. They'll have one last challenge at the very minimum, but you're running into Maps Onks yet again. It's unbelievable the way they place them. You think, like, with the amount of times that we've seen it happen, that it was going to be difficult for them to track in. One last ditch effort with the the final punishment, and still are they able to keep them at bay? Yes, they are. That is NHS out with 1:22 left. They go the length of this map, number 1. And it's certainly a strong showcase early. Although some time taken off the clock here from Lake Belton High School. Certainly not the end of the world, but a good showing from the attack, no doubt, from Norwell.
100%. And really, it is sometimes that you're just better on attack than it is on defense. But with 1:22 remaining, when you get the extra 90 seconds as well, too, that's going to be plenty of time if it gets to overtime. So Lake Belton is going to have mount a serious offense here if they wish to get to that point.
This will all start with the first point, obviously. I mean, it goes without saying, but like, how well are you able to accomplish that? Because it took NHS virtually no time at all to be able to capture that and to get to that first point, which is arguably the most difficult point to get through. At least that, when we talk about like first point and generally speaking, that first area, so tough to get out of spawn, generally speaking. So that's area 1. Then they have to be just as effective in the second sector as they are in the first, as they were the first time around on defense. They have to show that same prowess in between the first and second points, in my opinion, because I don't think it'll be as smooth on the attack here. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's going to be as smooth here from point 0 to point 1 as we saw from NHS. So that makes that second run very important here. We'll see if they get it done.
I would have to agree with you there. The third choke point, I feel, is a little more attack-oriented. So if you can get to the third point, should be smooth sailing from there, as they are able to find a nice grab onto the Strange and to find a kill as Venom attacking onto the back line there. But now we're going to find the attack landing there, but it's not going to be enough to shut down the Bucky.
One down already for NHS. That's a good sign here for Lake Belton. They've also got the Venom up close personal in your space. And they're going to be having a difficult time too. Now, 2 very low. 1 will eventually fall here, and that's the Emma Frost and the Deadpool, both 2 and 1. We'll have a pause and figure that out. I feel like something from NHS, because they had paused it after it looked like one member was kind of sitting there, and the rest just weren't able to quite weren't able to work around it. So maybe that's a point of it. But looks like we'll continue a little bit quick here, too. So right back into action directly after. So we'll have to kind of figure out what happened there. But either way, for Lake Belton, you're not saying how you got it done. It's just it's feeling really good, because that's step number 1. You can check that off the list.
Oh, yeah. And we mentioned that we wanted the first part to be easy. There's going to be a slight pause, but that's all right. And we wanted the first part to be easy for the side of Lake Belton. And I got to say, that first part was relatively easy for them. So they should be able to keep a good momentum as we head to part 2 of 3.
Yeah, that's certainly the focus main area here for Lake Belton. We'll look to see if we can get official word about what is taking place here. In the meantime, though, kind of the breakdown here, Lake Belton, exactly what you wanted. That was literally clinical. And Venom was a big part of that on the back line, wreaking havoc. We saw that Els had a difficult time trying to navigate. Rhea, you could say exactly the same, but it was Goose that fell early too. So that Vanguard out of the way. And the Strange was still up and pumping, but they were just kind of having their hands full completely. I thought the Angela was also there behind them to really make things interesting there for Lake Belton on the positive side of things. So NHS didn't have a solution. Maybe that's part of the pause. Maybe it's not. We can't speculate until we get an official word here. We'll take a peek and see. But once this gets going again here, you're feeling pretty good for Lake Belton. Looking to continue that on. The agents of Bronco are riding the Bronco forward, it seems.
No, 100%. As we are looking over at the ultimate numbers here, it is looking like Belton is going to be the ones ready and in position for those ultimates to set off yet. On the other side there, Team 2 doesn't look like they have a lot going on for them in terms of ultimates. So this should just keep the advantage and the momentum from the side of Belton pushing forward here.
Yeah, that's right. 58% already for Snowy Chills. The faster you can get those strategists up and running on their ultimates, the better it will become. 43% is the closest that you'll get, but it's 43-40 for those two. So a little bit of time extra there. You got the Bucky ults coming up, and I mean, if that doesn't showcase, because Mappa had already gotten a Kraken impact already, and then has already back up to 84%, so that kind of showcases how effective they can be getting that up in a hurry. So that's certainly something to eyeball as well. So
we got the update there.
Yeah. You want to take this one?
Seems somehow, some way, just how life does it. We find a way to turn off our monitors with our controller. Don't know how it happened. Not too sure on how to explain that one, but hey, somehow we get it and we're good to go.
You got to imagine the comms were pretty funny there, all things considered. Obviously, it's kind of like a stressful moment when you're in the finals and that happens. But you're like, he's like, oh, my monitor shut off. And people were like, oh, yeah, that's funny joke, right?
He's like, no, but I'm serious. And they're like, bro, how? Like,
exactly.
How? You're on controller, bro. But hey, overall, we're still here. A great performance from LVH to push themselves forward here and find themselves in a pretty decent position on the side of attack here.
Yeah, honestly, great spot here. Plus, they have a little bit of the shield that you get from the back line there from the Invisible Woman. Lake Belton has the same. They'll have the Invisible Boundary out. And El's about to answer that directly back afterwards, though, as they have it up and live. And honestly, they're winning this fight, so they're going to be able to hold on to this one. Look at them just completely break into one after another Lake Belton. So not only were they winning that fight, they're keeping that in the meteor for the next one.
Hey, you got to give it to them after taking a few moments to really find their grit and find their drive here, and now able to defend against such the onslaught that Lake Belton High has become. You got to give it to them, and overall, not a bad job.
Not at all. And still having trouble finding any kind of traction.
Oh, yeah.
So like I said, it's a two-step process here. It was number one, making sure that you get it on the first stretch, but now the second stretch has to be just as effective. It hasn't been yet, but is that going to change here? We'll see. Link was tracked down, though, and the Strange finishes the job. Sure, you were set up nicely because Map was laying out all sorts of bullets left and right, but we passed that point. You got 4 ultimates in the tank as well for NHS as well.
And this choke point looking to be the difficult position here. We mentioned earlier how the first point was the hardest point, but it seems that we were mistaken, and it seems that this turn through the second checkpoint choke point is the one is going to be difficult here for LBH.
They look great on the defense in this stretch. In fact, that's what kept them relevant, honestly. First stretch was difficult for them defensively, but then they were able to make a couple of big holds in this area. Something's different whenever the coin is flipped here. Obviously, it's a different point of attack and approach, and very difficult to get through to begin with. But now you've got all the ultimates coming through, and ultimate spam on this side. Norok said we want to make sure that we solidify this one and take the clock even further there, as the Meteor M will land in addition to everything else on top of the Fate of Both Worlds to make sure you don't get dropped in that same process. And Map with the back-to-back will solidify this one, make it a 3-piece on the way out the back door. Listen, all maps lead to your destruction, it feels like, here for Lake Belton in that last sequence.
That looks so good there for Lake Belton, using everything in their arsenal there, all the ultimates that they had in their inventory to finally get things going for them, for it to just reshift for NHS to find their way back into this. And I am just in a shock how well they've been holding down this choke point.
And only really have to hold it a couple more times. Down to 2 minutes left. Lake Belton did themselves favors in the first stretch for that reason, though. Meaning that it's not completely lost. And they'll have some support. You see the golden bars around them, so they'll be able to walk it up a little bit before they're going to catch this damage, but the damage will be tempted here as Chat's having some difficulty, but gaining enough to try to keep it relevant and pauses. But lots of damage laid out, but again, it's all about how you finish. And can they do it? 3 ultimates online. Lake Belton High School had trouble pulling the ultimates late in the first round when they were on defense. They can't make the same mistake here. It will be the dead pull one first, and Invisible Boundary to combine with that one to try to get it, but it's Boundary versus Boundary here at this point in time, and not a whole lot of space given. Final Judgment out just in time for the Agamotto to be able to come out as well, and they get one, and the rest all follow suit too with 3 ultimates used. Yes, it was expensive, but it's at the expense of the time on the clock for Lake Belton High School as NHS will basically secure this, it feels like, because they have killed all sorts of time. They're feeling good.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It was a very expensive attack in terms of utility and ability use, but overall they gained so much benefit there. It might just be well worth the cost to find them stuck in another choke point here in part 2.
And look at them just kind of like sitting up in their place, knowing that they're going to be just kind of one after another feeding you on the way in. They do get a 5 stack here gone, so not a bad look here for Lake Belton. But desperation will set in here momentarily, especially when you have Novastar already down, your Magneto out of place. Plus, you're getting tracked down as the Luna Snow, even with the fate of both worlds. Unfortunately, it's the fate of one world, and that is in your grave. We will see you later, but picked up Karmic Revival. Revival comes out. That's a great job to pull up 3.
Able to continue push forward there, but the Invisible Fortress yet again to hold things afloat. I don't know if they're going to be able to find their way in, and it's such a difficult position to find an approach, and that's going to be the 4-man, the 5-man, looking for 2 more. And Lake Belton, unfortunately, just couldn't mount a strong attack here for the orange side to get themselves ready to go in this first round.
Norwalk High School out to a North sprint, it seems. They've been really quickly getting through this bracket number 1, and then map 1 looked pretty strong as well. Speaking of maps, this one particularly special when we talk about not just this year, just this map, but like across this entire tournament, and such an asset for Norwalk High School. Everybody, did a fantastic job. 53 eliminations. Holy cow, dropped the 50 bomb. Plus, you get 47 from Goose. I mean, everybody was getting in on the action.
And just overall, GG's well played to Norwalk High School. It is a team performance, and that team performed so well. A 53 bomber, a 53, 4, and a 7. That is actually insane numbers there, to say the least.
Yep, plus you have the 55 assists.
Right.
That unreal, dude, from the Invisible Woman. Yeah, you can stack those up. It's a lot like a Mantis in this one.
by the way, for that 60, for that 53 bomber.
Exactly. That's unreal.
Oh my gosh. Check L's, 35, 1, and 55. That is a 90 KDA. The def so low on the side of Norwalk High School. We're starting to really see the tails of the tape that what really gave them that, what felt like they were sprinting away, they just never died.
And that was a conversation of, is it their escapability that got them there, their ability to protect the back line, or is this just a plain and simple, lack of ability for Lake Belton High School to be able to target them in the first place? So that's kind of where my question mark goes. Were they distracted a lot by the fact that, Norwalk High School pretty much had their way both in the neutral area plus with their flanks, or was it just simple, plain and simple, their targeting wasn't as good as we saw it last series in the semifinals?
It just seems that they didn't get the kills that they were. The damage was definitely there. If you check over onto it, 14, 12, 22, 10, 8, and 16. But the final hits on the other side were not there. 1, 2, 10, 0, 2, and 4. So they got to make sure that they find the damage like they have been. But once they do find the damage, that they make sure that they secure the kills there.
That's so interesting to look at this, because I mean, even if you look Bucky for Bucky, like the accuracy from Raptor was a little bit higher than we saw from the other side, and it's like, you know, are you laying out enough of shots, or at least challenge them enough? In switching targets, for example, might lower the accuracy a little bit. And it was pretty tight, though, on that race regardless. But, you know, the hit scans almost seemed like a little bit stronger on the side of Lake Belton. But it's all the finishing blows at the end of the day. You can be as accurate as you want to until, you know, the job's not finished. You got to be able to finish it. But then it goes back to, like, we saw the Moon Knight be so effective on one side as well. But either way, Norwalk up to a 1-0 lead. We'll see domination here for the next one. We're about to get word as far as where we're going to go. Obviously, it'll be the pick of Lake Belton High School this time around to be able to pick their choice of map here on domination.
As we do see, it's going to be Hell's Haven yet again, locked in. I enjoy this pick overall through the options that we have. I want to see a little bit of a difference here on the meta, I think, especially for the side of Lake Belton.
No doubt. You know, you got to take advantage of them whenever their controller turns off their monitors. Clearly, I mean, that's
they are definitely playing way more advanced than we are, for sure.
Hit them when they're down. Hit them when the monitors. All right.
Honestly, let's be real though. It should have been Daredevil's passive. You should just be playing blind, and then, you know, your ability then allows you to see. No, I'm just joking. Just joking. We are on our way here for Hell's Haven for domination for round 2. If you are just tuning in, we are in finals. Norwalk up 1 right now. It is best of 5, so they need to secure 2 more to get themselves going. And right now, overall, it's going to be it's been a tight one, but Lake Belton needs to tighten up a little more. This is their map pick, so I feel that they have home advantage, if you will, on this second map.
Well, let me tell you what the chat's saying. They said NHS is locked in. Good Lord, NHS is cracked. Woo, NHS. They got support units in chat, plus they've summed it up pretty well, which means for Lake Belton, when a team is performing at that high level, pretty much the only thing that you know, that you can really go to is kind of catching them by surprise and then continuing that same trends, breaking their confidence first, and then being able to kind of get into it. And, well, they're having trouble landing their shots or finishing their shots, rather, and being able to, you know, secure those eliminations. Gotta go for the squishies first. You have to be, and plus it's a strategist too, so that means you take their healing away from them as well. I don't care what it takes. Get a dive going, and you see them hovering a Black Panther. Obviously, we'll go over the bans here in just a second. We're kind of missing those, so actually let's kind of focus that. But that's what I'm looking for here, Huey.
Right. As we do go over the bans here for the side of Lake Belton High, the Punisher is going to be taken off there. I feel it's a fantastic pick there. Did a great job round 1. A Link going to be saved on their thing. That was another thing that we felt was missing. Their second save will be Namor. The rest of the band will be, Emma Frost and Groot. On the other side, Norwalk going to take away the Hela, save themselves Bruce Banner Hulk, take away the Bucky, keep themselves the Moon Knight, and take away Gambit for their last and final pick as we head over into the final team composition. Overall, I think I'm liking Lake Belton High's response here, as we do see the Black Panther being picked. So it seems like they're taking some of your taking a little bit of your advice there, Bear, and going for this dive comp.
Yep, and fear was, yeah, there it is. All right, yeah. So first they were hovering over, let's see what it was, Iron Fist. Is like, how do you get, you mentally break a team, is by being as annoying as possible.
True.
So it was like, Iron Fist, perfect for that. They moved over to the Magic, which I was like, okay, I've seen Fear on Magic. Fear's been insane on Magic before. Back to the Spider-Man, Spidey, baby. You can't get more annoying than that. So,
Sure.
I think that's gonna be their approach here on domination, is literally just like, dive around, and the thing has enough sustainability where they should be fine, especially when you have the Cloak and Dagger and Invisible Woman behind them. So I like this composition as a bit toxic, only in the sense of it's very annoying to play against.
So honestly, the thing is I like this quote unquote toxic composition because you're now attacking the mental, which is a strong part of the game. If you can't beat them on the field, beat them mentally, tilt them out, make them upset and frustrated, make them force them into making mistakes and playing not at peak. I think this is a great angle here for sure.
It's certainly one of the have to be surgical with, because Black Panther on the back lines can wreak havoc until you get tracked down onto it. So that might be the only thing there, but Fear is already working some magic with the Spidey behind him as you see them giving them troubles already. Norwalk was not able to find point because of that back line prowess that we saw from Fear Only God, who is right behind him again and just ready to do the same thing.
I think it's a great call and exactly what the composition is looking for. You're trying to keep these guys at bay. You're trying to keep them away and just not focusing on the center. Because if you're keeping and you're rotating your angle and your cameras all around looking for the Spider-Man and everyone else in the corner, you're not going to be focusing onto the center. But yet Norwalk has the focus of I can't even tell you as they find their center and a position back in point.
There's one way to blow away some spider webs, and that's with the Hurricane. Although it wasn't the Omega Hurricane to do it, it was the Storm that got to them. Right. Look at the chase down to you from chat, trying to chase them out to you. So Norwalk, they fell victim to it early, but then they were able to adjust almost immediately, which speaks wonders about this Norwalk team and why I'm very scared here at this point in time for Lake Belton.
For sure. And I even gotta say, I wanted to say the adaptation from Belton High looked fantastic here. Oh my gosh. As it's just not exactly what was expected. As we see Norwalk just going crazy here and just clobbering left and right Lake Belton High.
They told Goose, they legitimately went to Goose, like in the comms, and they said, all right, you got to take care of these flankers, or this dive. And they've done exactly that. You have one person dedicated to the Spider-Man. I've seen them fall twice. I've seen the Black Panther now fall in tandem, who now will switch over to the Namor because they weren't able to find that value simply because Goose was targeting them. A great strategy from Norwalk.
And it's a proper call as well, too. You keep the divers at bay, they can't find their approach. You can't find the approach, you can't get on the point. You can't get on the point, you can't win. And honestly, they can't even get into the center. This clobbering thing just stinging everywhere across the map right now. Also has ult, but might be able to keep it for the next round. And that might spell even more doom here if they cannot find their opener here.
Clobbering time for clobbering time. Now the Omega Hurricane out. I'm not sure where they landed. They got one, and it's literally targeting the Spider-Man again. We said that Lake Belton needed to tilt Norwalk, not the other way around, but that's what we're getting here.
This is exactly what you need, though. This is how you keep things going and afloat. And I do like this shift over as we head over into the overtime here. Namor trying to just keep the range and keep everyone at bay. This might be the flip that Belton High finally needs to stop this Norwalk shift.
Massive, and comes at the exact right time. Obviously, it's 99%. We're going to dive on anyways, and we need to in overtime, but like it's a timely moment to be able to execute on this one. And plus, a lot of econ for the ultimate-wise eaten up from Norwalk in the last exchange. Lake Belton will be equally as low. So you got to win the battle of not a lot of econ, or not a lot of ultimate. We'll see if they can do it. Right behind them and laying it out and making sure that everybody's up to snuff is this Invisible Woman, as they're keeping Norwalk steady here. Because Lake Belton, if they make a move and too far forward, just like that, Link will fall, Nova will fall too. They were simply patient on it. Now two were exchanged back, but isn't enough here. Norwalk, they're playing that patient game well.
I gotta give it to Norwalk, able to just keep these fights in their in their advantage. Even when it seems that it's not going to go their way, somehow, some way, they still make the fight fall. They may be lacking in numbers, but they are definitely not lacking in skill as game one heads back to Norwalk. The momentum still on their side.
I don't care what rank you are. Whenever you see the Thing in Hulk as the two tanks, dude, it is just like there is no way we can eliminate them. Like there's nothing we can do. I don't care how much damage you played down either. Like that was the struggle for Lake Belton High School. And so, like, even when they had the Spider-Man, it wasn't the Iron Fist, what was it? The Black Panther combination. It doesn't matter when you get behind them and you're trying to lay out damage, but nothing's happening because the Invisible Woman's right behind them too, keeping them alive. And then knowing that composition, and then, like, when you need to get back on point, instead of, like, most teams would succumb to you, let's get back on the point as quickly and aggressively as possible. Instead, let the play come to them because they understood their team comp to perfection. One dive from Belton High School, take them out first, then you have numbers, then play from there. Excellent work.
Yeah, no. A great job overall. One away right now to be sitting in a match point right now. And in finals, you want as much momentum and as much advantage as possible. That being said, it's not grand finals. We don't have a bottom bracket, so there isn't a reset in bracket. If you're able to get the 3 in a row right here, right then and there, that's it. You got it. You won.
That's right. That's what they're aiming for. So far, so good for Norwalk as well. As they do need a rest to get things going. A couple, though, is going to be stunned. In fact, the Moon Knight will catch fire from the other side. Lake Belton High School was able to manage that, but now right back at you. Goose gets another one who's been super steadily targeting, and you have to be extremely frustrated now for Lake Belton High School, especially Raptor, who's just been literally a target on their back from Goose consistently throughout, and Norwalk will take...
You got to remember and also consider, if you're being a target, the reason why you're being such a target is because of how much you add on, or how much you're a threat you are to the other team. So with that being said, you got to be careful and know, like, hey, look, they're looking at me. I got to reposition myself that much better and make sure I'm not falling victim here.
Nova's a little bit too close to the punch here, as Chad's got full health and able to just using that charge to try to get behind and fight off a would-be flanker. And look at the ability to track it down too. If you're a flyer, you're still not safe against the Thing. There's no way that you can escape that. Chat was just all over that from the get-go.
Rock definitely beats flying there, as the Thing just beating down Thor's sister there. I'm glad that we cut to another angle there. I don't think we could have shown that to the kids at home. Like,
Rock beats paper, I guess, because they were flying in the air.
Oh yeah,
you know,
like, oh man, this is a difficult position here. I like that they're defending against the flank option as well too. Just being able to hold Nova back at bay here as well too, and the rest of Lake Belton
keeping themselves sustained, but Link somehow got away. Hello? Okay.
Uh-oh.
That was good getting away, but Jeff will fall in this process. Plus the three-piece. Oh, Mega Hurricane will land 3.
That was insanity there. All the ultimates letting it rip. And unfortunately, it is just not it there for the side of Lake Belton. We are going to get the revive. They are going to try to keep themselves in the position. But I don't know if Rocket will be able to find enough time for the rest of the team to re-engage and regroup, as we are just watching these haymakers fly.
Yep, doesn't matter. They've been tracked down so well every single time, no matter who it's been. So even the Rocket Raccoon, who has lots of mobility on the back end, will not be able to find a whole lot from it. The Sia, well, unfortunately, it's a see ya to you this time around. Overtime will wrap up here, it seems, as they only have one more to manage, and I don't think they have the revive either, so should be good to go. Sure enough, it is for Norwalk. They will also take the Monument in addition to it, and will go up 2-0 in the series. They'll be on match in championship point.
Hey, they are on match point right now, and you gotta be feeling pretty good if you are the side of Norwalk right now. One away, worst case position as well too. Let's say Lake Belton starts to figure things out and starts to understand the assignment a little better, you have 2 games to readapt and figure out what is needed to make sure that that doesn't happen and you don't lose that game 5. So really, Norwalk in a beautiful position right now.
Yeah, they are setting themselves up for success. I guess it's not technically a championship point because like that's what they're playing for is for the championship. So it's like what finals point, I guess.
Finals point, right.
Qualifier series point, we will say, and yeah, yes, great point. Feels like an understatement, especially against a team like Lake Belton, which as we've gone over before in the past, if we talk about their route to get here in the first place, like they were the ones to take out that Frisco team, I believe. Yeah, Frisco's team there, right?
Right.
On top of that, they were able to 2-0 all their way here. Just the same from NHS, sure. But those are some really solid teams that we saw them take out, be able to get their way to the finals. They're certainly earned their place here, but Norwalk High School, they just seem different, plain and simple.
Yeah, they're just built a little different right now. We are headed into round 3. It's still on Lake Belton's pick here, as we are going to be moving into Convergence. It looks like Clintar maybe highlighted selected here. I would have preferred maybe Internal Night, Central Park, but we're going to see where Lake Belton wants to try to take this one. We only have about 5 seconds left for the next pick.
It's their choice. We'll take a peek and see. It looks like we're going to Central Park here. The Empire of the Eternal Night, if you will, is where we send ourselves here. Central Park, kind of similar vibes, though, to Symbiotic Surface at first. With that first approach, at least on the point. So we'll see if that matters here too. By the way, shout out VPHS of Villa Park here and supporting Norwalk. So that's interesting. And then we have an NHS to the moon. I guess they're following the Artemis too.
Heck yeah, man. And everyone, it seems like it is the stream crowd favorite. And so they are really on the way to win everything or to qualify here.
On their way to Florida as well, which is where most of the space missions take place as well. So that's
true.
Coming full circle, boys and girls. I love it. All right, Central Park, here we go. About to head in now, so we'll get to see the bans. They begin right now. Immediate bans. This is happening pretty quickly. Holy cow. All right. So Gambit is going to be banned by Norwalk, then right back at you. Lake Belton is going to ban out Moon Knight. So did not want Map to have even a slight advantage with that Moon Knight here on this map, and rightfully so.
No, 100%. I agree. As we saw what damage that they can bring to the table as well, I wouldn't want to deal with that either. Again, a really good ban from Lake Belton. Taking away the Storm. Again, a great pick last round. They're definitely adapting and understanding and know what to focus to try to secure themselves a dub here.
And again, by getting to the finals, obviously you're doing yourself favors here for the power rank bump, but that's not enough in the eyes of Benton High School. They want to take it all the way, but everybody in this finals, though, should be proud of the route that they've taken here in this Marvel Rivals Qualifier Series number 5. And but will it be just this? Will it be just one more map? We're about to find out. Convergence about to start off now. Norwalk will get the attack early. Hella banned out here on the side of Norwalk. We also see Namor kept from the Lake Belton side, as you mentioned. And then Punisher there too. Last ban will be Luna Snow off the board. So the fate of both worlds will be none more here, as Lake Belton had enough of that look from Norwalk, that's for sure.
No, I 100% agree with all of Belton's bans here. And I don't know. The only thing I'm really not a huge fan of is the Namor. I'm just not a very huge fan of him. They just really hasn't come to what I guess expected or wanted. But I do like this Mantis pick here. Surprised we haven't seen more Mantis, but it looks like it might be a highlight here. Maybe a switch. We shall see.
Yeah, exactly. Lake Belton High School is not even going to bring up the Namor, so they just saved it, I guess, for the attack side, potentially, or if they need a switch here defensively, which is really where I'd feel like you'd get a little bit more, especially in the buildings to the side of this attack. Plus, on point 2, Penny Parker gonna come out from Fear Only God, which once more, I mean, it's been a couple of seasons since we've seen Penny Parker really being played frequently, but viable pick here at least.
For sure. Especially just trying to hold a defensive point down as well too. Overall, really good pick here. We've seen what Link can do on the thing, but excited to see what they do with this Punisher pick.
Here we go, Norwalk. This would, how big of a statement piece would it be if they're able to just kind of march on a point, grab it, and then start working? It's what we saw when we talked about the convoy side, quick starts, and we're seeing a lot of that too. Lots of damage laid out. They weren't able to finish this time, and I think it's a sub-in, by the way. Is because the internet?
Maybe it might have been the controller internet issue there, but they are able to find Nova there as they are just kind of walking in right now. But Fear able to find Chat, make it a 1-for-1 situation right now and keep them at bay. But now 2 on the point right now as Norwalk trying to get more than just an even match. It's going to be 2-for-1 right now for the side of Norwalk.
Held onto that shield, by the way, for an extended period of time before then popping it when they're extremely low, knowing that they'll get the support behind. That was beautiful. Squirrel Girl laying out lots of damage, though. The Hulk is going to have to be very, very aware of this one, but well-timed yet again. You're frozen.
Aware.
You're out of here. Goodness.
They are definitely aware there. 5 on the point right now. 2/3 left onto completion here as the rebuild going to be more onto the advantage side of Norwalk as they are so confident that they're grabbing that convoy that we're watching Hulk just push forward here.
And just no stop button. Literally like all gas, no brakes.
Right.
Continue on to it.
Fair, this is what you want, honestly. You want the momentum to be this aggressive, this strong on your side, and Norwalk doing a great job here of just putting in so much momentum and finding about halfway there on to the on the first mark there, as that's going to be 4 triple kill for the side of Map.
Map just doing wonders. Holy cow. All right, I haven't seen a whole lot of Elsa Bloodstone. But that's the way to use it. That's the way to utilize her. Just being able to have everything out in front of you, literally maps out in front of you. Well, guess what? Map all over you. And down you go. That was 4D. Blake Belton High School. Even when they respawn and get right back out, Map has a solution for you. Oh my goodness. What is this, man? Someone stop him. Holy cow.
He is going insane right now. 6 kills unanswered. And it looks like Penny might have an answer as we look and see 7 down there. Group gonna miss the ult. Finally going to get a catch here and spit him out and hopefully get the reset that they need. My gosh, what a monster.
Man, oh man. Well, hopefully we got the feedback for you live on the stream itself. Apparently we're having issues there. 2-0 now. I mean, that was like 3, 4, 5 for Map consistently and just did not have the quits and continue to just make quick work of Blake Belton, who find temporary solutions, yes, but once again, they've run into the problem of being sustained and being able to land those eliminations when they need them most.
Yeah, for sure. A overall very good performance over again on the side of Norwalk. It seems that now at the end point here, at the end game, Belton is now finally to find a foothold in this game, holding him back at this last choke point.
Continue to be massive. For those of you who had the radio signal beforehand, I mean, just the amount that Map was able to do to get us to this point was absolutely outstanding. Right. It was freaking believable, and it was just one push. Like, legitimately, Elsa Bloodstone's push, it's like the ultimate is just so in and out. Like, if they're all grouped up, that's how you get it. They were able to hold them together, and then they just let that Apex Predator go to work. It was incredible.
Yeah, they really just let that thing fly. Found a really good point. Jeff again gonna find just about 3, but I think going to die in at the moment before. A little unfortunate here. Norwalk still kind of stuck at this choke point position. So now, it's going to be a little rough. A lot easier said than done as we do see Magneto get dropped off in the pit there. Little unfortunate for the master of magnetism.
A little bit of a setback there. Finally a breath, if you will. The Angela did a great job to set that one up for success, for sure. And Els will take out Raptor 2 as Raptor will fall. Still 3 minutes and 15 seconds to push it. Not very far, though. They've only got like 25 to 30 meters left, and they are still hitting it. Oh, my goodness. Apex Predator right back out. You don't get the 3-piece, but you're still getting value as you separate the rest of them.
A little unfortunate there. They finally find their mark. Norwalk walking it in for the last point, only a few meters away. And they find a dominant 3-0 with about 3 minutes left. Plenty of time if it gets into, overtime.
That's right. Just a simple hold is all it would take. Even if it's at the point, if it's down the line, that's all you need. Norwalk now in prime real estate here as they go on to the defense. And really, I mean, yeah, Elsa Bloodstone is immediately locked in. And there's no way you switch off of it. It almost seemed like he was holding in the back pocket the entirety of the series, right? We had not seen it in the first couple of maps. It makes the most sense here, and yet still, you know, you maybe would have seen it a little bit earlier. But the way they were able to string together 5, 6 eliminations, and then when they respawn, got 2 more. Like, just stringing those together is just the upside that you get from an eternal player like Map and all the rest kind of followed suit there. Credit BC the internet because the internet here. I don't know if it's the same player or if it's for a different account, but either way, just what they were able to accomplish together was unfreaking believable.
That's a great sub name, by the way, if it is, because the internet, like, it's fantastic. I love it. And honestly, just really a good overall strong team performance from Norwalk in a good position here. Honestly, even if they get to 3-0, as long as they don't have a fast game like Norwalk did, Norwalk should be fine in the overtime.
Exactly right. All they have to do is ride this out. This might be the last sequence we see, unless Lake Belton High School find a solution. They haven't been able to all series long, but better late than never, but you're still catching up with Map.
There's Map.
The charge forward plus the second weaponry that you pull out gives you so much damage potential, and Map has been making good use of it the second time as they will piece a couple together. 3 down for Lake Belton in a regroup already.
Yeah, already on the back foot here, as we did see Norwalk kind of walk it down and just kind of open up the pit immediately and got that convoy moving within about 90 seconds.
And back to it they go. BSC on its you with the Hulk. Trying to get them from the backside and catch them by surprise. And while they're trying to just trickle on at this point in time, they are going to be separated. Points of attack both ways. That stun on BC, and yet they still can't finish that one. 1 down for Lake Belton High School instead, as Deadlock does eventually fall. Got a couple low as well as the White Fox is trying to hold on to their lives. But they do chase down because the internet, yet still how stay alive. I don't understand. This is the 3rd time I've seen him do this. How does he get out of dodge like this?
I play Hulk. As soon as I transform, I am gone. This guy not only finds escape, he finds damage and is able to escape. He is just seriously built a little different here. And right now, Lake Belton having a difficult time of finding their way into this point to even start the convoy, already at about 2 minutes.
In this entire map, there has not been very much time where Map's not on the elimination feed. It's unreal what he's able to accomplish yet again. And now Ultimate Hulk comes out. And look out, you might just be grabbed here too. Looking to try and get them from the left side, but then eventually will not be able to get value, but still more time off this clock. Now, the Abyss coming out here from Link, just trying to keep them relevant, but they'll catch a Hulk on the other side as Wars will go down in the process, and just tick-tock, more time off this clock.
Yeah, and that's going to be a 2-man revive there from the side of Rhea to bring them back afloat. That's going to be 2-man, 3-man down for the side of Lake Belton, and they are on the scatter right now, coming in 1 at a time. And this is the worst position that you want to be. You don't want to be funneling in for this final match here, as we're only about a minute away until the convoy is closed, and they still have not been able to touch the point.
Yeah, the only hope they have is this Raptor from a very, very strong position to be able to get around them in the first place. But the Strangling Prison! Oh, goodness. 3 more down for Lake Belton. Plus, they have revivals, even if they use them. But it doesn't even feel like they need to use them from the Mantis and Adam Warlock. It's been unreal what they've been able to accomplish. More go down, plus they'll have 3 ultimates already locked and loaded for this last fight as well. 36 seconds left in a Dream. Norwalk on their way to the #1 position here in the qualifiers.
Heck yeah, man. Don't forget, winner of this gets to qualify, go down to Orlando. So there's a lot riding on the line right now. And to qualify well, not only does it qualify, but to qualify in such strength, you gotta feel pretty good and pretty confident here as we're looking for Lake Belton, trying to find an angle, trying to find an approach into Portal coming down, but it's still 3-2 right now. Can they find something in the last few moments? And that's gonna be another 5 down to Norwalk as they walk away 3-0, 3-0 in finals, ladies and gentlemen. Norwalk going to Orlando, qualifying their qualifiers.
That's right. Go ahead and punch your ticket. Go ahead and book your resort. Orlando, we come Full Sail University, as it was Full Sail from Norwalk all the way through a perfect bracket here in the qualifier series number 5, 2026 for the ESC Nationals. Just a different team. Chat was 100% right. It was unbelievable with just the ability to be able to kind of piece that apart. They got really into the heads of Lake Belton, who just weren't able to have and find an answer. They tried that dive, and yet there was just nothing that they could do to be able to target one or another. They looked a little bit out of place because Norwalk was just so strong in being able to coordinate themselves, locate them, be able to take them out before anybody was able to support whatsoever. Norwalk just completely strong. Credit Lake Belton for sticking around, but it was all Norwalk in this final.
Yeah, big GG's there. And of course, a huge shout outs to Matt playing out of their mind those last few rounds there and taking MVP for the finals. The GG's well played to everyone, but of course to Norwalk qualifying their qualifiers. But with that being said, don't go anywhere, guys. Rocket League will be coming up very, very soon, but that is it for us. Fairlight, it has been a pleasure casting with you. Thank you so much giving me that beautiful enlightenment and Marvel Rivals.
Absolutely, man. It's a pleasure, and I'm very excited to be able to see some Rocket League. My heart and soul started in esports within Rocket League too, so it should be a good one. Certainly a pleasure for sure. Yeah, let's go ahead and sit into that break at Rocket League after this one. Don't go anywhere.